Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. And tonight it begins a 7-game road trip. We start in New York in Citi Field, home to the Mets. It's the Cardinals and Mets on Fox Sports Midwest. Last night, Sunday Night Baseball, and Lance Lynn made that start. Went deep into the game. Helped his own cause at the plate with a base hit and an RBI. Speaking of doing things late, Colton Wong. Huge home run for St. Louis. And Trevor Rosenthal picked up the save as the Cardinals salvaged one game in the weekend series. And along with Tim McCarver, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to Cardinals Baseball. Delighted to have you with us. Well, if you like pitching, you're going to see that probably all week, all road trip long. And it starts with Matt Harvey here tonight, one of the game's best.
The Cardinals continuing to get good starting pitching, and they're going to need it this week because these young Mets, they can pitch.
Matt Harvey going tonight, and for the Cardinals, it is John Lackey. So you have the veteran Lackey and the young gun Harvey. This should be fun. The Cards and Mets, two of the best teams in the National League. Game 1 of 4 comes your way next on Fox Sports Midwest. Only St. Louis and the Dodgers with better records in the National League. A reason why? They've been outstanding here at Citi Field. A home mark of 15-4. The Mets, the Cardinals, come your way next. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealers for great prices on our all-new 2015 vehicles today. Two of the best teams thus far in the National League to start this 2015 campaign. The St. Louis Cardinals at 25-12, and the New York Mets at 22-16. Pat Barris is here along with Tim McCarver. I'm Dan McLaughlin in the broadcast booth at Citi Field in New York. And Matt Harvey will face this lineup for Mike Matheny's club. Colt Long, Matt Carpenter, and Matt Holliday here in the first. Then Johnny Peralta, Matt Adams, Yadier Molina, Jason Hayward, Randall Grichuk, the start in center field, and John Lackey batting ninth. Matt Harvey, one of the game's best young starters.
To give you an idea of how good he is, his best outing was his last outing when he pitched 7 innings against the Chicago Cubs and got a no decision, and his record's 5-1.
5-1. Run support has been a problem for him in his starts. Our Toyota keys to the game.
In my opinion, I think the Cardinals ought to take the Wong-Holiday approach and swing early in the count, and that means at the first pitch from Matt Harvey. We'll tell you why, too. Last 2 starts, Matt Harvey has thrown 50 pitches to hitters. 43 have been strikes, and he leads off with a ball.
Go figure. Popped out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that seems to be the approach of many teams right now against Matt Harvey. You don't get a lot of good looks in at bats against him. Opponents have swung at the first pitch 41% of their plate appearances against Harvey.
Well, that's remarkable.
What tells you if you get a pitch early on to go after, do it.
Yes, sir. You're not going to get many good ones. Getting the hole against him, he's doubly tough.
Here's a 2-1 pitch to Colt Long.
That's the one thing that separates Harvey from a lot of young pitchers. A fastball count, 2-1. He threw a slider.
The 2-2 pitch to Colt Long. Hit in the air to shallow right field. Curtis Granderson coming on. He calls off Daniel Murphy. 1 out. The Mets defensively with Michael Kadire in left field. Juan Lagares, the center fielder and Gold Glover from a year ago. Curtis Granderson in right. Eric Campbell, more of a utility man with David Wright out and injured. Campbell starts at third. Wilmer Flores at short. Murphy and Duda on the right side of the infield. And Kevin Plawecki is behind the plate.
Talked to Terry Collins before the game. He said David Wright is about 3 weeks away with a hamstring and a lower back problem.
There's Terry Collins hitting there in your picture back home. He's done a nice job.
No, I'll say. His 5th year managing the Mets. Just turned 66 in late May.
You would have to think one of the big aspects of any manager now is dealing with the media, but then you couple that being in this market, makes it doubly tough.
Dealing with the media and dealing with your young pitchers.
The 2-0 pitch. A high strike to Carpenter.
You know, that's a key pitch early. Matt Carpenter, I think rightly looking at Bill Miller. Normally pitchers don't get those pitches, particularly on a 2-0 count. The ball's high.
2 balls, 1 strike on Carpenter. Better pitch, called a ball. 3-1. Great start for Carpenter, hitting .328, 7 home runs. He's driven in 24. He's moved from the leadoff spot. Now batting second every night for Mike Matheny's club. And he skies one into right center. Lagares under it, 2 down.
Regardless of what happens in this game tonight, I think Mike Matheny has the right recipe. 1, 2, and 3 in the order. I think Wong should lead off, and I think Carpenter should hit second, and Holiday's entrenched in that 3 hole. And you're going to mix and match with the hot hand after that. But I think it's Wong and Carpenter to get the most out of a hot bat from Wong right now, and Carpenter.
Wong, interestingly enough, 0 for 10 as a leadoff man. However, in the minor leagues, that was his spot. That's what he did at the University of Hawaii. And I agree with you. No John Jay. Colt Wong seems to be the right guy.
Yeah, 0 for 10, a small sample.
Yeah.
33 games in.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Now 0-2. I remember when Pedro Martinez pitched for the Mets, there was an electricity every time that he started at Shea. You get the same feeling with Matt Harvey here at Citi Field. A lot of pitches up early on here from Harvey. The 1-2. Slowly hit and gloved by Campbell. No, it's an infield hit for Matt Holliday.
Yeah, this is a major problem for the Mets. They do not have a good defensive ball club. The one thing about the Cardinals, they catch the ball all the time. They make the routine plays. And the Mets have had a very difficult time making the routine plays. And this is a rather routine ball. And Campbell, was it scored a hit?
Scored an error.
Yeah, he's a major league third baseman. He's got to make that play.
Here's Johnny Peralta. That's hit down the left field line in trouble. Kadire over, and he'll cut it off. Holliday digging for third, and it's a 2-out double for Johnny Peralta.
What determines whether a third base coach is going to send a base runner or not? Even with 2 outs, Jose Oquendo at third base, looking at Michael Kadire. If Michael Kadire boots the ball at all, Holliday tries to score. Once he comes up with it, in Oquendo's mind, hold him at third.
So here is Matt Adams, who is struggling right now. 2 outs, runners at second and third. Mets pitchers have held their opponents hitless in their last 17 at-bats with 2 outs and men on base. Longest stretch of that kind against any major league team's pitchers.
Well, what a telling statistic that is. Wow.
That's how you win. It's good play by Kadire, too, just to get to that, Tim, to further your point, just to backhand it cleanly and get it back in.
Backhand short hop. That's why Kendo held Holiday.
A 2-0 pitch to Adams. High fly ball, deep right. Granderson with room. Right in front of the track, and Adams just missed it.
Just missed it.
In 15 as a team, only batting .239, as John Lackey will face this lineup. Curtis Granderson, then Eric Campbell, Lucas Duda, Michael Kadire, the cleanup man, Daniel Murphy, Wilmer Flores, who leads their club in home runs, Kevin Plawecki, Matt Harvey, the pitcher, batting 8th, and Juan Lagares, the center fielder, batting 9th. So John Lackey 2-2 and much better at home as opposed to what he's done on the road.
Yeah, Dan, we talked about Matt Harvey, his best outing, his last outing. Lackey had his worst outing in a Cardinal uniform this year, walking 5 5 1/3 against Cleveland, but his best outing 2 starts ago against the Chicago Cubs.
So last Wednesday in Cleveland, as you mentioned, the 5 walks and 5 1/3 wound up being a 2-0 loss. Here's an 0-1 to Granderson. Hit down the left field line. It's slicing foul and out of play. And you may recall in that game, Lackey was really frustrated with the baseball. Never got a good feel for it. It was
cool day in Cleveland, of course. No surprise in May.
There's the Hyundai pitch arsenal for John Lackey.
Big thing for John is stay out of the middle of the plate. It's a problem for a lot of pitchers.
Not the hard thrower that he once was, too, where at times you can get away with it. But
that's
now,
right. That's right.
That's no longer the case. And the 1-2 to Granderson.
Been going around for a long time in baseball. The plate is 17 inches wide. The inside 2 inches and the outside 2 inches are the pitchers. The middle 13 belongs to the hitter.
That's right.
And it's really that simple.
Breaking ball, and it's pulled foul.
It's not simple, but it's explained simply.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not a simple game, certainly, to perform the way these guys do at their level.
Yeah, these guys would say, are you crazy? It's hard. It's hard to live on the in and outside portions of the plate.
There was one right there.
The breaking ball, and Lackey gets the strikeout.
Inside 2 inches.
Good call, partner. And it brings in Eric Campbell. So he's trying to fill in and replace the shoes, if he can, of the 7-time All-Star David Wright. One thing about John Lackey, in talking with him the other day, he said, as I get older, I realize it's so much better to throw strikes. And he said, I know that sounds simple. I know it sounds crazy to say. One of the most simplest things to do is, hey, you want to throw strikes. He said, but I find as I go on in my career, the lack of walks, if I can just throw strikes and make guys earn it. He said, you just don't realize that as a young pitcher. Mm-hmm. He said, I know it sounds simple, but throw strikes. Be around the plate.
And on a 0-2 count like that, if you're going to miss off the plate, and John did.
So if I could change anything earlier in my career, throw more strikes. 1-2 pitch. To his left, Peralta. 2 down. Holiday, Grichuk, and Hayward in the outfield for St. Louis. Carpenter, Peralta, Wong, and Adams along the infield. Molina behind the plate. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's defense. And again, I realize that sounds pretty easy, pretty trite, but so true.
When you're ahead in the count, a pitcher prevents a hitter from guessing and guessing right. Because when you're behind in the count, the pitches are more predictable.
And that's what he was saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's Lucas Duda. He's got good power, but only 3 home runs so far this year. Shift is on. And quickly, no balls, 2 strikes. So here's what you're talking about. The hitter's trying to say, okay, what's coming next? I'm in the hole.
Well, you've immediately, the better the hitter, the more you cut down on the swing. The more you try to hit the ball the other way.
Into center, Grichuk over. Diving for it. What a play by Randall Grichuk in left center as he robs Lucas Duda. What a play.
What a jump and what a grip.
Grip the key. Got there, and it stayed in the glove. Nicely done, Randall Grichuk. He can play all 3 outfield positions. A plus defender. Thank you, Hungo. And here is Yadier Molina, followed by Jason Hayward and Randall Grichuk after his outstanding catch to end the bottom of the first. First pitch, base hit, Molina. Again, another pitch up.
Yeah, but you notice it seems to be the Cardinal game plan, and I think that those two words were borrowed from football years ago. I never heard that term until about 20 years ago, game plan. But if there is one, the Cardinals are jumping on that first pitch because Harvey throws the first pitch for a strike more often than not.
Look at Mike Matheny, who picked up career win number 300 last night. In his 523rd game as a skipper. And ironically enough, that's the fewest games any manager has needed to get to 300 wins since Davey Johnson got there in 1987 in game number 492.
Coincidentally with the New York Mets.
We got it. 1-0 pitch to Hayward. He goes the other way. And Kadire is there. Hyundai pitch arsenal for the hard thrower, Matt Harvey. As we saw behind in the count, he'll use that breaking ball. Outstanding fastball. Mixes in the slider, the curve, and the changeup.
Circle that curve right there. 14.9% of the time he throws the curveball. He hasn't done it thus far because he's been falling behind in the count, or the Cardinals have been hitting at first pitch. But the way Harvey's been using his curveball this year is the difference and what makes him a better pitcher than he was before Tommy John surgery. He started out, Terry Collins told us, by throwing the curveball more this year to get a grip on it. About 18 months after his Tommy John surgery, has responded very, very well.
No balls, 2 strikes on Randall Grichuk. Matt Harvey, the 26-year-old from New London, Connecticut. He was the 7th overall pick back in 2010. And you may forget he was originally drafted by the Angels, 3rd round of 2007. Did not sign and went to the University of North Carolina as he carves up Randall Grichuk in his first strikeout this evening.
Now that's one of those unfair at bats. 2 fastballs right on the corner, breaking ball, the curveball, by the way, out of the strike zone. And another example of how defensive young hitters can be with the count 0-2.
So it brings in John Lackey with a runner at first base and 2 outs here in the top of the second. And Lackey following the game plan. Well, you don't see that from John very often.
No, you don't.
1 for 11 this year.
Swing hard in case you hit it.
Just in case. And boy, did he swing hard. Goodbye. That's more like John Lackey. Back-to-back strikeouts for Matt Harvey. No score midway through 2.
of the second, the third member of our crew on this road trip, Pat Paris. Pat, what do you have for us?
Well, Dan, as you know, Jaime Garcia will make the start Thursday afternoon here at Citi Field for the Cardinals. It'll be his first start since, remember, back on June 20th of last year. Of course, he had surgery during the summer, and then he had several setbacks with that shoulder injury, including during spring training. And he told me candidly, Dan, that he was very excited for this start. He is not taking anything for granted. Not that he took it for granted before, but he really appreciates the opportunity that's being given on Thursday, and he's going to relish it, and he plans to make the most of it and expects to stay in this rotation the rest of the season.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. So Garcia will go on Thursday for the Cardinals. Here's Michael Kadire. We had the chance to visit with Jaime before the game, and he told us, one, he's throwing harder than maybe he ever has.
Wow.
And two, he feels better.
I heard part of that conversation. I didn't hear that part. Wow.
He's excited. He had the thoracic surgery, which is taking essentially a rib out of your body that's pinching up against the shoulder. Some pitchers have had this in the past, like a Chris Carpenter. And as Pat alluded to, he had complications with that. So then he had another follow-up surgery with the thoracic. And now finally feels healthy and ready to go. And boy, do the Cardinals need him to be good. Here's Matt Carpenter, and he makes the play.
We didn't want to forget this. John Lackey wearing number 41, the greatest number in the history of the New York Mets, Tom Seaver. Tom now lives in Napa Valley, and he told me last summer, and I don't think I've mentioned this to you, that the big three with the Mets back in the glory days in the late 60s and all the way up to 1973.
Daniel Murphy lines out to second.
Tom Seaver, Jerry Koosman, and Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan actually traded after the 71 season for Jim Fregosi. But when Rube Walker, the pitching coach of the late 60s and early 70s, would monitor their pitch counts, for Tom Seaver, it was 135 pitches.
135.
For Jerry Koosman, it was 145.
Wow.
For Nolan Ryan, it was 155.
Is that right?
They didn't even think about a pitch count until they reached those three numbers.
I found it interesting to follow up on that as you get a look at Wilmer Flores. Last night, Lance Lynn was asked about pitch counts. And he said, I'm sick of pitch counts with me.
Amen, brother.
I don't want to talk about them. I don't need them. And you shouldn't worry about that with me. Deep left, Holiday back and makes the catch on the track.
Good play.
The Miracle Mets up 69. Scoreless after 2 here at Citi Field. to you by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. Jack's Hottest Sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Back at Citi Field in New York, top of the lineup for Matt Harvey. And a breaking ball is pounded foul by Colton Wong, who struck out looking, or excuse me, flied out to right his first time up. Harvey has struck out 2, walked no one, and he's allowed 2 base hits. That's driven into right field, but Curtis Granderson is there. Some hard hit balls early on here against Matt Harvey. T-Mobile game changer, and the Mets starting pitching. If you look as to why they are 22-16, Tim, look no further than their starters. They've been very good.
Same with the Cardinals. Only 2 teams in baseball have better records than the New York Mets.
Cardinals and Dodgers, that's it. Here's Carpenter, who flied to center on a 3-1 pitch back in the first. It's a 4-game series. The Cardinals will not face Noah Syndergaard, who is their top prospect. He was called up in the last 10 days, and he was electric yesterday.
Well, I'll say beating the Milwaukee Brewers 5-1, his first major league win. And they've got Zach Wheeler in the minor leagues, who will fit into any rotation next year. And then Dylan G, one of their starters, sent out, had his, I think, his most recent and last rehab assignment yesterday or 2 days ago.
You could see G going to the bullpen.
Sure.
Syndergaard stays here.
That's
Wheeler,
how good they are.
Oh, yeah. And Wheeler comes back from surgery next year.
I think the crowd wanting those inside 2 inches.
I think so.
Can't blame them.
I know Larry David does. Larry David, the creator of Seinfeld, is here.
Oh, he is.
He's here. He was down there for BP. That time, it goes Harvey's way.
Fans here are probably thinking that was strike 4. Might have been low, but I think you'd have to agree that Matt got away with something on that 0-2 pitch.
I'm assuming you're a fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Are you kidding? Hilarious.
Hilarious. We're going to try to find him and see if he wants to join the great Tim McCarver up here in the booth.
Shoot. What are you talking about?
Get him up here. Holiday fouls it back.
And first, you help write the Seinfeld episodes along with Jerry. Jerry, a huge Mets fan and a good friend of Keith Hernandez, the former Cardinal, former Met, best fielding first baseman I've ever seen.
Ever. That's quite the statement.
Ever.
Former MVP Keith Hernandez. As Holiday grounds out. We're midway through 3 and no score. Care reviving baseball in the Inner Cities Golf Tournament at Forest Park Golf Course. Each foursome will be paired with a former Cardinals player or St. Louis celebrity. All proceeds benefit the RBI program. For more information and to sign up, visit cardinals.com/RBI Golf. 6 up, 6 down for John Lackey, 36-year-old from Texas. Kevin Plawecki is the catcher now with some of the injuries the Mets have had. They've had a lot of injuries with their team and their bullpen, their catching situation. We mentioned David Wright, and yet starting pitching has kept them competitive and playing well. Hayward is over near the line and makes the catch.
Plawecki called up when Travis d'Arnaud was injured. He'll be ready in 2 weeks, says Terry Collins. And, you know, when you're a young catcher and you're called up, particularly for a winning team, the pitching staff handles you. You don't handle the pitching staff. And Kevin understands that. And if he didn't understand it when he got here, Terry Collins reminded him of it.
Terry Collins using the pitcher batting 8th. So the idea, you roll it through one time and then you have more RBI opportunities, at least you hope, for the top of the lineup later in the game. This is something done by Tony La Russa a handful of years ago, and people thought he was crazy, and now you're seeing it more and more in the game today. There's a strikeout of Harvey, the second tonight for John Lackey. Join Fox Sports Midwest and the Rams at the annual Coach Fisher and Friends softball game on Sunday, June 7th. That's at T.R. Hughes Ballpark. And the charities that will benefit from this, the Backstoppers, Jack and J.T. Snow Scientific Research Foundation, Wounded Warrior Project, and many more. Visit stlouisrams.com. Juan Lagares. And strike one.
You know, that hitting the pitcher 8th makes sense if you can couple the 9-hitter and the 1-hitter. Sound like I'm doing the Derby or something. Or the Preakness or the Belmont coming up.
You got a trifecta for me? I mean,
but I mean, really, if you can lock speed into the 9-hole and the 1-hole, that's a pretty good coupling.
Yeah.
That's something you don't have normally. Plus, you give the guy in the 9-hole the opportunity to run in front of your leadoff hitter.
And that's the idea.
And that's the idea. Plus, it makes your leadoff hitter more of an RBI guy.
Right. However, when the pitcher comes up in that RBI situation, it sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It happens.
Yeah. I mean, you can't be all things to all people. The pitcher's got to hit somewhere in the National League, yeah. And you're not going to hit him 4th.
You wouldn't think. Babe Ruth, yes.
Yeah.
He might be the only one.
Yeah. Gibson, maybe.
Gibson.
That ball hit the left shin guard of Yadier Molina and came up and hit Lagares on the neck. He's okay. Both are.
And he did go. Lackey looks sharp. We've got a pitcher's duel.
Yep.
His 3rd strikeout. No score after 3. That's right, a pet leash. Compliments of Nestle Purina. Available to 25,000 pet lovers ages 16 and older. And you can get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. Underway here in the fourth, it's Johnny Peralta, who doubled back in the first inning. There's a foul ball, and Tim, we mentioned at the time with the Peralta double, you know, with Matt Harvey on the mound, more than likely Jose Oquendo is going to be overly aggressive in trying to score somebody, because you may not have many cracks at Matt Harvey, and Peralta almost made it 1-0.
That's a very, very astute point. Anytime he's in doubt with 2 outs, especially, he's going to be sending any runner. But in that particular case with Holiday and the play that Kadire made, no chance.
Mets wearing the camouflage uniforms, the military uniforms, military night here at the ballpark.
That was hittable. That was hittable.
Harvey knows it too.
Yeah, that was, you know, one of those cases where I'd love to have that pitch back. That was a slider, and that's why Matt Harvey has been going to the curve and not that slider.
0-2. Right field, Granderson over and out of play.
And again, talking to Terry Collins, the manager of the Mets, about that, the difference between Harvey and a slider and Harvey and a curveball. He said, you called for that pitch and you saw a lot of them go a long way, meaning the slider. And I said, yes, I did. And that's why I think the slider is the most dangerous pitch in the game. And if your option is slider or curveball and you have the grip and the strength, go with the curve. The reason for that, if a guy can throw the curveball, if he's got the 12-6 or anywhere close to that, is there's a variance of speeds. The slider's almost a fastball, but it's about 3 or 4 miles an hour slower. So it gives the hitter a chance to, instead of fouling it off like he might a fastball, to catch up to it. Sliders go a long way when mistakes are made.
A lot of guys get underneath that pitch too.
Yes, right, and it rolls. That's what that last pitch by Harvey did. It's kind of a poor man's fastball. Major league hitters catch up to poor men's fastballs.
3-2 pitch. Stayed away.
Now that one had some dip on it. That was a great at bat by Johnny Peralta.
Sure was. Tough pitch to lay off on 3-2.
4 straight strikes, and on 0-2 he got 4 straight balls.
Fewest home runs allowed per 9. Harvey, Sonny Gray, Jarrett Cozart, Clayton Kershaw, and Garrett Richards. Harvey does not walk many either. Pretty good combination. His first walk tonight. Here's Adams. And a base hit into right field.
This is Matt Harvey's 8th start. He's walked 8 in 8 starts with 50 strikeouts.
The fans booing Yadier Molina. They remember 2006. Game 7, his dramatic home run in the NLCS.
For a struggling Matt Adams, 2 great at bats. He just missed that first pitch with runners on. And that last one was scalded by the diving Daniel Murphy at second.
So the first 2 have reached. Here's Molina, who's singled to left. I know it's been a while, but you still wonder, have the Mets recovered from 2006? And I say that, Tim, because they had regular season losses on the final day of 2007 and 2008.
Remember it well. 7 games out with 17 to play. 7 games out in front with 17 to play.
That's right. Heavily favored in 2006 against the Cardinals.
Till you saw Adam Wainwright's curveball freeze Carlos Beltran on a 2-2 pitch to end the game.
The 1-1.
Well, the best way you recover is you go out and sign young pitching. And that's what the Mets have done. Cardinals, meanwhile, keep winning year in, year out.
Something else.
Develop year in, year out.
The 1-2 pulled foul. It was about that time the organization had a shift in philosophy too, in terms of, hey, we can bring in a Scott Rowland and Mark McGwire, Jim Edmonds, and give up young talent, hopefully sign them long term, which is what they did. 2006, Bill DeWitt, John Mozeliak said, hey, we need to think about more development. We've got to invest in that more so than we have been. They did, and it paid off in a big way.
It pays off in continuity.
Yes. At a point in time, Mike Matheny was off to San Francisco. Molina was the everyday catcher. And I've always felt that that postseason was the coming out party for Yadier Molina offensively. He had a great postseason. This time he waves at it and strikes out. That's 4 tonight for Matt Harvey.
We talked about that slider and how if a pitcher gets under it, it just spins. He got on top of this one, and that ball went down. I mean, down. That's the best breaking ball he's thrown tonight.
Here's Hayward, who lined out to left field. First time up 0 for 1. Saw yesterday Shelby Miller, the man he was traded for, with a near no-hitter.
Yeah.
1 out away. Shelby off to a great start with the Atlanta Braves.
He ended up being a 2-hitter. But Shelby winning yet another for the Braves. They're talking about Cy Young now. I think it's a little early.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
I think so, too. I saw the same thing. People talking about that. Wait a minute. We're in the middle of May. Premium, and you can find out more at MLB.tv. Tim McCarver, Dan McLaughlin, Pat Paris with you, and we saw some base running that was questionable, to say the least, over the weekend. That particular play, nothing you could do about it.
There is nothing Wong can do. The reason was the shortstop made the play, and you don't know where the shortstop is behind you because obviously you're watching the hitter. If, however, it was a line drive caught by the second baseman and you're still doubled up, that's a no-no. Because you can see the second baseman as the runner at second. You don't know where the shortstop is behind you. That's right. Wong was just hung out to dry there. Can't be all things to all people.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I said Wong. It was Johnny Peralta. I beg your pardon.
Curtis Granderson, Campbell, and Duda here in the 4th inning against John Lackey. That's hit down the right field line and fair. Over to Degenau, Hayward with a great arm. They're fired into second. Leadoff double, Curtis Granderson.
That ball about, I guess, 3 or 4 feet fair. High fastball from Lackey, and Granderson, the first Mets base runner. Let's go back to that double play and see what we mean. I mean, Johnny Peralta, he has no idea where the shortstop is. Good hitting by Hayward. He hit it hard. Johnny Peralta hung out to dry. Nothing he can do.
Hit to the right side. Race to the bag. Adams beats Campbell for the out. Granderson moves up to third with 1 down.
I'll tell you, that's a bad sign. John Lackey not getting over to first base. It cost him 4 earned runs in Washington with the bases loaded, failing to cover, and then at a 3 RBI double. But here John not getting over there, he becomes a spectator. It's going to cost him again if he's not more alert.
And that has to happen instantaneously.
Right, that's right. If you delay a little, you delay a lot.
Infield drawn in with a shift on Lucas Duda. You don't see this very often.
No, you don't. It's got to be frightening for the right side of the infield. I mean, this guy can hammer some fastballs.
Man, and Carpenter is holding at third, so all kinds of room to the left side. You can just poke it that way and pick up a base hit.
And not only the left side, but the middle too.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't know. I don't care what the numbers say.
Well, the numbers would tell you play it this way, but pitchers don't like it either. You talk to the majority of them, they don't like it.
No, I know it.
It frustrates them. Here's an 0-1.
It seems to me, and I don't know what the numbers of the Cardinals say, but it seems to me that you ought to take away the middle. If Peralta's over towards second base, it would make more sense. And that, of course, would shove Wong a little closer to second base.
If he sticks the bat out and gets a base hit left side, you'll see one of the great reactions in the history of baseball from John Lackey. He will not be happy.
John Lackey, a relentless competitor. What separates him from Harvey is Harvey's a relentless competitor, but he goes about his pitching more subtly than John does. And that's understating it.
Yes. I get a kick out of Lackey. Here's a 1-2 pitch from John to Lucas Duda. The throw down to third and back in safely is Granderson.
I can't tell you what a great play that was by Molina. I mean, you've got the left-handed hitter's feet all tangled up, and to make this play and then get a grip on the ball and throw it to third, unafraid. That's why he's the best.
Unafraid.
Yeah. Unafraid.
Fearless.
Yep.
The 2-2 pitch to Duda. Remember, the Mets had Ike Davis here and Duda. They tried Duda in the outfield. That didn't work. Davis did not work out. They shipped him and basically said, okay, it's your job.
They made the right decision, too.
Yes, they did. Lackey's been very good so far. He has struck out 3. Duda back in the first was robbed by Randall Grichuk with a diving catch in left center. Molina sets up outside the 2-2. Up the middle, base hit. 1-0 New York. So again, where did you want Peralta?
Well, you know, you can't be everywhere, but I mean, with John Lackey pitching him away and Duda, as you said, just sticking out the bat and getting a base hit. And you could see John Lackey very, very upset. I mean, you got to understand that pitchers are like that anyway. John Lackey is like that a lot, and he shows it.
Michael Kadire grounded out to third, first time up. Well, you could see that from Lackey. Boy, was he upset.
Well, normally a pitcher on a ground ball back to him, if it's just 3 feet to his right, 3 feet to his left, he says, well, they're going to pick me up. Well, John looked back there and there was nobody to pick him up. Nobody behind him.
Yep. Here's the 0-1.
And we've talked about it, Dan, that, I mean, at least in my opinion, the one thing the shift has done is take away the middle. When you don't take away the middle, the hole is so, I mean, you could drive a herd of elephants from Carpenter to Peralta. There's a lot of room in there somewhere to poke one through, and Duda did it. And don't ask me to say that again. Duda did it.
Duda did it. Got it. That's not easy.
No, it's not. I just found that
flawless, though. Could be 2. Backhanded by Peralta. The turn by Wong. Nicely done. 6-4-3 on the double play. RBI by Duda, his 15th. 1-0 as we head to the 5th. Randall Grichuk leads it off, followed by Lackey and Wong. Fastball and a strike. 4 strikeouts tonight for Matt Harvey. He really carved up Grichuk his first time with a couple of fastballs and then got him to chase with the curveball.
It's 5 straight strikes to Randal Grichuk.
Are you intrigued with Randal Grichuk with what you've seen?
Yes, I am. Yes, I like him a lot, and I think the Cardinals should like him a lot. Compact power, 28 home runs in AAA ball last year. And he's got speed, gets a great jump in the outfield. What's not to like?
Big arm.
Just needs confidence playing every day. It's hard to do, though. You got John Jay back there, an experienced guy who does a great job, almost a 300 hitter career. How do you dislodge him?
The strikeout of Grichuk, number 5 tonight. Edward Jones pleased to sponsor the Hall of Fame and the annual induction process that gives fans a voice in honoring the team's greatest players. Ted Simmons, Kurt Flood, Bob Forsch, and George Kissel. What a class that'll be. And I don't think you and I have worked together since this was formally announced.
No, we haven't. It was going to be, our last game was on a Sunday. It was on a Thursday, and it was going to be announced the following Monday. And
Quite
you did it. No, I'll say.
The George Kissel way.
George Kissel helped. I can't tell you how much he helped me from a baseball standpoint, not only as a player, but he was probably the biggest reason I went into broadcasting.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he taught me so much about the game.
The little nuances, the intricacies.
I mean, things that nobody would think about it, the way he put it. I'll give you an example. As Lackey down 6 strikeouts now for Harvey. I was on at second base with 1 out, and we were trained. That's the time you try to steal third base. I was thrown out. Bang, bang play. And I went to sit down in the dugout. 2 outs. Somebody got on. This was 1973. And George said, "You were thrown out at second, not at third." And I looked at him and I said, "Oh," meaning I didn't have a good enough jump.
Yeah.
If you don't have a good enough jump, don't go. You were thrown out at second and not at third. He had a unique way of putting things and putting things in a way that you understood completely once you went, "Oh."
And thought about it.
Yeah, that's right.
There's Colton Wong, 1 ball, 1 strike. We were driving over from the team hotel here to Citi Field. You were telling me about, well, the Hayward play is a good example of what we saw over the weekend. And that was a ball that was in left field, but you talked about a ball that's in right field with those types of situations.
If it were in right center on that play at second base, it would have been understandable because some guys get hung up. They go either too far, and then if the guy makes the catch, it's too far. For instance, a runner at second base, they were first and second. Hayward was at second. If the ball's hit to right center field and you go halfway and he makes the catch, you're too far off the bag to come back and tag up. If you're a third of the way, and George was very specific about that, a third of the way, you can get back and tag up and make it home if the ball is dropped. So you're protected either way. That play with Hayward to left center field, there was no defense for that. That was a very, very bad base running play by Jason.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Colton Wong. Popped up. Campbell giving chase, and it's in the Cardinals dugout. So 2-2 the count. The Cardinals here this evening with a double by Johnny Peralta. That was in the first. A single by Adams in the fourth. That's it. To go along with a Peralta walk, he was erased on a double play. Matt Harvey has been Matt Harvey. Slap the other way and foul. Two pitch.
battle right here between two very good young players, Colton Wong and Matt Harvey.
Pulled foul again. Make a case Colton Wong could be an all-star this year at second base.
Absolutely. His batting average 16th in the National League. Entered the game batting .311. Big hits too.
Harvey strikes out the side. York. The BJC Healthcare difference maker, the fewest home runs allowed this year. The Cardinals 23, then Washington, Pittsburgh, Colorado. John Lackey has only allowed 2 this season. That's it.
Colorado Rockies?
Yeah, isn't that surprising?
That really is surprising. In that ballpark?
You could take the best staff in the league and put them in that ballpark, and you wouldn't think they'd be a part of that.
Yeah, the Mile High City. It's called that for a reason.
John Lackey grew up in Texas, as Daniel Murphy digs in, and he was a football player, Tim, growing up.
Well, you can tell that, huh?
3 years.
He's got that football mentality.
Oh, yeah. A starting quarterback, Abilene High School under Gary Gaines, and that name may ring a bell.
No, it doesn't.
Because if you read the book Friday Night Lights, he was the high school football coach that was prominently mentioned and talked about in the book by Buzz Bissinger. That wound up being John Lackey's high school football coach.
I did not know that. Oh, that's great.
What a great book that is.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing writer, Buzz Bissinger, who wrote 3 Nights in August based on the Cardinals and Tony La Russa. Neat man. Wilmer Flores hit one to the track.
I would never want to get into an argument with Buzz Bissinger.
No.
I think he would win.
Well,
regardless of my points.
Short-tempered.
Yes, right.
Mad.
Right.
Frustrated.
I hope he's listening.
And smart.
Yeah, you don't want to argue with people like that.
No. Spent many of bus rides that summer with Buzz Bissinger.
Yeah, I bet. He was given total access.
Total access.
Right?
Yep. The 2-0 pitch. At the time, you had to wonder about the deal with John Lackey and coming to St. Louis and giving up Alan Craig, giving up Joe Kelly. And I realize it's early.
Sure.
It's kind of like comparing Hayward and Shelby Miller. It's early. Let it play out.
Right.
But this deal has worked out for the Cardinals.
Yes,
undoubtedly.
it has. From a financial standpoint and from a talent standpoint thus far.
It's been an amazing fall from grace for Alan Craig.
Hate to see that. He's such a great guy. Very popular in the Cardinal organization. Well wishes all around, but boy, it's been what a plight.
Cleared waivers today, so now he's outrighted to AAA, meaning that he's no longer on Boston's 40-man roster. And that is hard to believe.
It is.
Strikeout number 4 for John Lackey.
Just 2 years ago, the best batting average with runners in scoring position in 2 outs, it was like 360, right? How does that happen so quickly?
He was automatic in those spots.
Yeah.
At the time when he was injured, we were in Cincinnati, September. As you see the Budweiser, what's on tap, Waka and Neese. Neese a lefty going tomorrow, Waka 5-0. He was leading the league in RBIs with 97 at that time. He was a clutch hitter. He was the guy that everybody was talking about in baseball, that if you had a chance for somebody to be up in a
he'd be the number one guy.
He's the guy.
Yeah.
Pitch number 53, and a fly ball driven out to right center. There's Grichuk. He has been efficient tonight. John Lackey. 9 pitches this inning sends us to the 6th. Top of the 6th as Carpenter digs in. Lowe's never stop improving. Look at Carpenter, most multi-hit games in the first 33 of the season since 1914. Pretty good list. Pepper, Martin, Hornsby, then Carpenter. Lowe's never stop improving. It's quite the list.
It's kind of the story of Matt Harvey through the first 5 innings, too. Started off slowly. A lot of balls hit hard, just missed by the Cardinals. And you could see he's picked up steam, struck out the side the last inning.
I thought early in the game, more pitches up.
Yeah.
And now the control much better.
Well, one of the truisms in baseball, and it remains so, is the better the pitcher, the more you have to get him early. Because you let them get into the rhythm of their game, and they become tougher. And they gather speed and gather momentum. And gather control.
That's 96 with great movement. Carpenter is 0 for 2. Fly to center and struck out. Harvey has struck out 7 total. This time the changeup. He strikes out Carpenter for the second time.
He got Colton Wong on that pitch to strike him out to end the 5th inning.
AT&T U-verse rewind. Matt Harvey, the story. Seeing the fastball, changeup, breaking ball, and a fair ball off the bat of Holiday. Thinking 2. Kadyr's throw, not in time. 1-out double for Holiday. The first Cardinal hit since back in the 4th. That base hit, and prior to it, Harvey had struck out 5 of the last 6 he had seen.
Well, it's a truism. If you hit a ball to the left fielder's right, and he has to go to his right, try to make second base. Don't settle for 1. As a matter of fact, Pete Rose used to go halfway on a lead after a base hit to left field. He would go halfway almost all the time, regardless of the arm of the left fielder. And most left fielders don't have good arms.
Here's Peralta.
I asked Pete, we were teammates one year in 1979 with the Phillies, and I asked him, I said, why do you go so far on base hits to left field? He said, how many left fielders have you seen throw behind the runner at first base and nail him? You know, I looked that up about 2 years ago. You know the last time it happened? 2007, when there was a play at first, and the left fielder threw behind the runner and got the runner. Pete said, if a left fielder throws behind when I'm halfway, he walks to second base.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, you can't do that on a ball hit to right, but you can easily do it on balls hit to left. Think about that. It's been 8 years since there has been a 7-3 double play at first base.
Interesting. 0-2 pitch now to Peralta. The Cardinals, last 5 games, they've scored just 11 runs. And they came into play tonight 4 for 26 with runners in scoring position. Here's a 1-2 in the dirt. If you're wondering about the bullpen of the Mets, Mejia is suspended. He was the closer going into the season. They have now Familia closing games out. He's been terrific in that role.
Yes, he has.
The 2-2. Matt Adams is on deck. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Peralta doubled back in the first and walked in the 4th. Harvey looking for strikeout number 9. If you're a fan of the game, this guy is fun to watch.
That was a changeup. You could see that ring finger becoming involved. Whenever a pitcher's ring finger is involved, it's a changeup. That's why they hold that. You'll see the fingers flicking around. Hard pitches are thrown with the index and middle finger. The changeup's thrown with the addition of the ring finger.
The 2-2. We'll do it again. .83 total pitches so far for Matt Harvey. Mets have been awfully cautious with him early in this season. Last year, missed the entire year, recovering from Tommy John surgery.
Well, Peralta has put 3 great at-bats on Harvey tonight.
Three-two pitch.
That was the curveball. Just a vicious diving curveball. Quick and late.
And that was the pitch in the previous at bat that Peralta stayed away from and drew the walk.
That's right.
Kia in the driver's seat. Cologne, Scherzer, Hamill, Harvey. That's coming into play tonight. Strikeout to walk ratio. Bartolo Colon, ridiculous. He doesn't walk anybody. Colon, by the way, 42 strikeouts, 1 walk. At the age of 98. It's amazing. Well, we talked about Peralta's at bats. I think Adams has had a couple of good at bats too.
Yes, he has.
It's fly to right. He is also single. Gets underneath it, pops it up, shallow right. Granderson wants it. And tonight we take a look at the Major League Baseball save leaders. Familia of the Mets, Rosenthal of the Cardinals at 13, Glenn Perkins of the Twins with 13, and Andrew Miller 13 for the Yankees.
How about Andrew Miller, Dan? I mean, a guy who changed his career after an injury, couldn't make it as a starter, became a middle reliever, and now is one of the best closers in baseball.
At one point thought to be done. So highly thought of initially as you get a look at Matt Harvey. So much so he was part of the Miguel Cabrera deal with Detroit and the Marlins.
Yeah,
That was a big piece going back to Miami.
that's right.
Harvey puts it in play to short, and Peralta makes the play. And there's one away. Well, Tim has had this circled on his calendar for quite some time. Friday, May 29th, and it's the kickoff to summer weekend. And you can spruce up your yard with the Whitey Herzog Garden Gnome. Tickets available at cardinals.com/promotion. Look at Whitey right there.
I am a big flower guy. You didn't know that. I love flowers.
You think I didn't know that? I knew that, and that's why I knew it was a big night for you.
We've talked about a lot of things in the last year and a half, but we have not talked about flowers.
Or the Whitey Herzog Garden
No,
Gnome.
we haven't.
But now we have.
Yeah.
Bucket list, cross it off. We'll talk about it at dinner tonight. The ninth place hitter is Juan Lagares.
You know, I told John Farrell about Alan Craig last year, later. I don't know how I ran into John Farrell, but somewhere down the line I ran into John Farrell.
Well, maybe
the
when
manager
they came through St. Louis.
That was it, like in early August.
Yeah, that was it.
And they had Alan Craig, right? Right. I talked to John about that, and I forgot to mention it on the air, but he said that we had a similar injury that Alan Craig had to Andrew Miller. And
is that right?
Andrew Miller had to stay in a cast for 3 months.
Wow.
So now that brings the question. I said, well, what about Alan? And he said, well, our medical people tell us that he does not require surgery. So
Cardinals felt the same way.
Yeah. And obviously Alan felt the same way.
And to his credit, he never used that. Allen's credit, to his
he wouldn't
credit,
do that.
did not use it as an excuse.
No.
But I think when you just watched him, for those of us that were around him every day, he was not the same player. I mean, the numbers showed it, but he didn't look the same either. As Lackey retires Lagares for out number 2. Curtis Granderson, a key base hit, a double. Back in the 4th, Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Three or 4 feet fair down the right field line. He doubled. Was moved to third by Campbell. Duda brought him in with the infield drawn in. And that's the difference in this game. It's 1-0 Mets.
The double in baseball is becoming what the home run was in year 2000.
Isn't that the truth? That's how you measure, to an extent now, power in the game.
That's exactly right.
Oh, 0-2 the count on Curtis Granderson. Hit 20 home runs last year, hit 277. And he chased that pitch up, and Lackey picks up strikeout number 5. It has been a pitcher's duel here tonight. Harvey back to work when we come back in the 7th. fees at checkout. And StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Cardinals. 1-0 Mets, top of the 7th. Entertaining ball game. Harvey and Lackey, Cardinals and Mets, first of 4. And it's the Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers will donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Tell you, Dan, when you did the promo on Saturday about the matchup tonight, you said Harvey was fun to watch. Well, both pitchers have been fun to watch tonight. Really, both guys in total command.
Molina with a base hit into left center field. And the Cardinals have the tying run on. And Yachty is now 2 for 3.
That was a slider. That's really, when you think about it, the only hanger he's thrown tonight. That was a real hanger right there. No bite to it. And that's the problem with that slider. And this is a perfect time to hit and run if Hayward can get in a favorable count. Speed of the runner at first has nothing to do with whether you hit and run or not.
Tim, we mentioned that they have been very careful with Matt Harvey for obvious reasons. The longest he's gone in a game this year is 8 2/3. He's primarily been a 6-inning pitcher. Twice he's gone 7 innings, then the 8 2/3. All the other games have been 6 innings. So you just wonder how long Terry Collins goes with Matt Harvey. Just something to think about here. We'll see if they want to hit and run. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Now's the time to do it. 2 and 1's the ideal count. You're probably going to get a fastball or at least something down in the strike zone. Hayward has been bedeviled by ground balls this year, all year. Ground balls to the second baseman. So if the wrong guy's covering, you might find a hole.
2-1. Taken for a strike with the fastball. I would counter that and I'd say, well, Harvey's got swing and miss stuff. You have Molina running.
Yeah, but you're up in the count. You're going to get a predictable pitch. Now, he got a breaking ball, it was not predictable.
The 2-2.
Speed of the runner at first. No indication whether you send him or not on a 3-2 count. It's the same as a hit and run. You got to send him here.
Not running, and the pitch is a double play. 4-6-3.
I don't see how you cannot send Molina there. Now, it's not to say that there wouldn't have been a double play anyway, in fairness to Mike Matheny. But because Molina is not a fast runner, that does not determine whether you put him in motion or not. It's up to the hitter to put the ball in play, preferably on the ground. He did it. Now, they probably complete the double play anyway, in fairness. But still, you got to send him, I think.
So 2 outs, nobody on. And here's Grichuk, who has struck out twice. Cardinals have hit into 2 double plays tonight. Grichuk lines it into right field. Granderson is there. Time to stretch this Monday night from Citi Field. On Fox Sports 1 or simulcast right here on Fox Sports Midwest. Lightning and Rangers square off in Game 2. Marlins have a new manager. Their GM, Dan Jennings, takes over as the field manager. And Andrew Luck, Robert Griffin III, Russell Wilson, what other QB got his contract extension first from that draft class? All coming up later tonight. A look at the Mazda game summary. 1-0 here in the bottom of the 7th. Lackey and Harvey, outstanding, both of them here tonight. There's Eric Campbell, breaking ball and a strike. Campbell is 0 for 2. The Mets have a base hit RBI from Lucas Duda in the 4th to account for the only run tonight. And Tim, an amazing stat concerning Matt Harvey. 8 starts in his brief major league career, including his last one in which he didn't get a win despite going at least 7 and allowing no more than 1 run. And that's what he's done here tonight. The Mets offense is, hey, it is what it is, and it's not very good at times, and it seems like especially when he's on the mound. But that's astonishing, that number.
He had 26 starts 3 years ago and was 9-5 with a 2.26 earned run average. So he had 12 no decisions that year.
Wow. The 2-2 pitch. And John Lackey right now only at 69 pitches. I bring that up because I know you love pitch counts. You love them.
Thanks for reminding me.
So the next pitch is number 70. Oh, don't you look away from me. There's a base hit to the left.
Now, some people, when they dream at night, they have sugar plum fairies running around their head. I have pitch counts. That meter going up to around 70, 80, stuff like that.
Look at the cold sweats.
Yeah. It does bother me that much.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. The Mazda game summary. Lackey pitching here into the 7th. First time he's done that on the road. Molina a couple of hits, 2 of the 5. Harvey 7 innings, and Lucas Duda the RBI. That's hammered but foul.
You talked about the only hanger that Matt Harvey hung to Molina. That was really the only breaking ball that John Lackey has hung to any of the Mets. Duda out in front.
Three hits allowed. 2 of them coming in the 4th. And a leadoff base hit moments ago by Campbell. The shift on again for Lucas Duda. We saw how frustrated Lackey was with the shift. It was really odd. I mean, the infield was in with 3 on the right side, and Carpenter with the runner at 3rd holding that runner. And as you said, you could have driven a herd of elephants between Carpenter and Wong.
Yeah.
I mean, it was huge, that gap there, and that's where he went. Could be 2. That's Carpenter, Peralta, and a double play. So 5-6-3 on the double play with the shift.
I've been asked by fans that when teams shift like this, how can you not say, since that is a position where a second baseman would normally play, but it's the third baseman for the Cardinals, Matt Carpenter, who plays there. You can't change the positions. If it's grounded to the third baseman and he's on the right side of the infield, it's got to be a 5-3. So that's why it was a 5-6-3 as opposed to a 4-6-3.
When you think about that shift, I think you can live with that as opposed to.
You can. I agree.
The infield drawn in, and the hitting lanes then are wide open.
And that's the point we were trying to make when particularly the middle, because as we've said so often, you know, the big thing that the shift has taken away is the hit up the middle.
Right.
And for 120 years, guys were trained in baseball, hits up the middle are hits, unless a guy makes a spectacular play. Second baseman, shortstop.
On 0-2, Kadire waves at it, strikes out. That's 6 tonight for Lackey. We head to the 8th, 1-0. We head to our studio in a Bomberito Sports Update. All right, Jim Hayes, thank you. Looking forward to the postgame with you and Hungo. Peter Borges pinch hitting for John Lackey, who is sensational here tonight.
Every bit as good as Harvey, except on the
off the glove of Harvey, and quickly Murphy to Duda for the out.
Now that's one of those deflections that had Harvey not made it, I don't think Murphy backhands the ball and throws out Borges.
Murphy not known to be a very good defensive player.
No, watch Murphy in the background going to his right. Probably would have had to backhand the ball. He does not have the best hands for a second baseman. He's a hitter playing second. But Harvey made it easy for him.
So here's Colton Wong. Twice he has flied out to right. He is struck out. Wong, center field, base hit. Now, how aggressive do the Cardinals want to be here with the speed of Wong?
Well, they were not aggressive with the lack of speed with Molina, putting him in motion with Hayward hitting. So I don't know. I would imagine, and I haven't talked to Mike about this, but I would imagine Wong has the go sign. The only time that they would stop a speedster like him would be to hold him and say, under no circumstances, even if you have a good jump, go now. But I don't think this is one of those situations. I think it's up to Colton. If you get a good jump, go.
Normally, Tim, I have a chance to participate in the Parkinson's Foundation, a golf event which is held every year. And John Mozeliak is the chair, and it's the Jack Buck event. It's his tournament in his name, and that was held today. So I understand hundreds of thousands of dollars was raised at Algonquin. John did a Q&A The Cardinals general manager with the crowd and a bunch of money raised, so congratulations to everybody back home.
That's terrific.
The chance of Harvey here at Citi Field. Big lead by Wong at first base. Not running. Strike one. Carpenter is fly to center. He is struck out twice.
I think with Harvey's curveball, if you're Wong, you want to get Carpenter in a situation where Harvey throws him the curveball. Talk about pitch selection for hitters. Pitch selection for base runners is very important.
This has been an interesting strike zone tonight with Matt Carpenter. Going back to his first at bat. Had that 2-0 pitch that was high. Didn't like it. Second at bat, argued a bit on a couple of borderline pitches. It's always that carryover effect. 2-1.
And we talked about it with Molina. If you're going to use a hit and run, it's a one-run ball game. Animation creates runs. It's an expression that's been around a long time. You have a contact hitter up. You have Wong on the base with good speed. It's the perfect time for a hit and run.
Fly ball into center. Wong was not running. Catch made. Colton back to the bag at first, and there's 2 down. Last 2 opposing starters against John Lackey. Cy Young Award winner Corey Kluber. He had 18 strikeouts that night. And Lackey matched up with Matt Harvey, who's been sensational. 2-0 was the final against Kluber. 1-0 right now. Chance of Harvey here at the ballpark. Ground ball hit to short. Force play at second. Harvey is through 8. By Bud Light. It reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light. And Infinity. Visit your local area Infinity retailer for a test drive today. Citi Field opened up back in 2009. It was an iconic main entry to Citi Field. Randy Choate is in the ballgame for St. Louis, the lefty. And he'll get Daniel Murphy to start the bottom of the 8th.
Pretty clear that Randy's in to pitch to one hitter. I was talking to Ricky Horton before the game tonight, and I am reminded of the 80s when Whitey Herzog demanded that he have 3 left-handers in the bullpen, and left-handers who could get right-handers out also. Guys like Ken Daly, Ricky. Of course, they were better against left-handers. But Randy Choate's not like that. He's not a guy that Mike Matheny understandably feels comfortable with against right-handed batters.
0-2. You know, really, when you're talking about Randy Choate, he signed to get Jay Bruce out, Joey Votto out, Daniel Murphy here.
Yep.
I mean, he is truly,
Lucas Duda, guys like that.
He's your specialist. And in many ways, unfair to him to leave men against right-handed batters.
That's true.
Here's the 0-2. Talking with Randy the other day, his slider is getting sharper as the season has gone on. Our Chevy called to the pen. He's in the relief of John Lackey. He said to me, Tim, straight-faced, I want to pitch until I'm 50. He said, now, realistically, I realize that probably won't happen. There's a strikeout. He said, but realistically, 45, I think I can do it, which would be for him 6 more years. Time will tell.
Facing one batter a game, maybe he can.
That's what he said. One batter a game, I might be able to do it. So Randy Choate gets Daniel Murphy, and Mitch Harris will come on to pitch to Wilmer Flores. So Choate gets the lefty Daniel Murphy. We step aside with 1 out here in the home half of the 8th, and the Cardinals trailing by 1 run. It's our Chevy. Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's Wilmer Flores in our Hyundai pitch arsenal for Mitch Harris, the right-hander. 1 out, nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. The question right now, does Matt Harvey go out for the top of the 9th?
All indications appear that he will, since no one's up for the Mets.
Peralta, Adams, Molina looking ahead to the top of the 9th. Up the middle, Wong off his glove, stays with it, and saved at first. Makes you question whether or not Flores was running down the line. I mean, that's a shortstop on a bobbled ball.
The bobbled ball with the second baseman going to his right.
Yeah.
And had to recover it and make a weak throw because he was forced to. Wow. That's close to a challenge right there to me.
Sure is. You haven't used one yet. Why not?
No, why not?
That's what Mike Matheny is deciding right now.
At least it's a legitimate challenge. But Mike thinks no.
It's when it hits the back of the glove.
Yeah. Mike had that angle. Our first angle was over Adams' shoulder, so understandably he beat it.
Ruled a hit for Flores, and now Milwaukee, who is 0 for 2, fly to right, also fly to center.
Now you talk about Harvey being fun to watch. Colton Wong is fun to watch.
Isn't he?
And to see his development slowly, defensively, with power, his base running ability, the whole package, as the players say.
He's going to be some kind of player.
Yes, he is.
See, Molina's in a position to throw, whether it's to second or a pickoff.
It's an interesting point. You're right.
I don't know if you ever had that relationship, Tim, with a first baseman where you were always on the same page, but it was amazing, Molina and Pujols, and how many pickoffs those two put together over the years.
There is nothing that I did as a catcher that faintly resembles Yadier Molina. And I mean that. I'm being as fair as I can be. Not being overly humble, not one of those things.
You aren't the only one.
Not
This guy's
faintly resembled anything that he does behind the plate.
a class by himself.
Yep, you're right.
Oh, they got him. Picked him off.
The minute you mention it, it happens. Not from Yadi, but from Harris. That's a balk move where a right-handed pitcher puts pressure on the left leg, actually committing to first, and that makes the runner commit to second, and Flores was out. He hadn't touched first yet. Tries to go back with his elbow.
That may be one of the worst slides ever back into the bag.
That was not. It was premature too. The bag wasn't there.
And a base hit to left, of course. After seeing the pickoff, I initially thought the Mets would come out and argue that it was a balk on Mitch Harris.
Well, I guess this answers the question about Matt Harvey.
So Johnny Monell is the pinch hitter for Matt Harvey.
You wonder if Wong gets Flores at first base and then Palecki makes an out instead of a base hit. That's that right-handed pitcher puts pressure on that left leg, then throws to first. It's really a balk move, but it's very, very difficult to pick up. But you wonder if the Mets had 3 batters this inning, if Harvey would have gone back out there, but probably not.
96 on the gun from Mitch Harris. So only 6 hits allowed by Harvey in 8 innings. No runs. And along the way, he struck out 9. He was at 105 pitches, and the Mets will go to the pen. 0-2 pitch to Monell, taken outside. Harris, by the way, he's got the fastball, which is now up to mid-90s. Familia is the closer for the Mets. Mitch will mix in a slider, more of a cutter, and a split finger pitch. Tapped out in front of the plate. Molina pounces on it and makes the play. So we head to the ninth. The Cardinals have Peralta, Adams, Molina coming up, down by a run. Has been. Last 1-0 shutout against St. Louis happened back in 1998 Shea Stadium. Armando Reynoso, Turk Wendell, and John Franco, former captain of the Mets. Turk Wendell. What's he doing these days? Who would hire him?
Nobody knows.
Chevy called to the pen. Familia, 13 of 13 in save opportunities.
Turk, you might say, was the freest of free spirits.
And right-handed, too.
Yeah.
Expect that from a lefty. Peralta on the first pitch. Fouls it back for strike 1. Turk used to brush his teeth with licorice.
Yes.
Never would step over, stepped over every line.
It's a good thing to do if you want to get your teeth darker.
Mm-hmm. Not necessarily clean them. Ground ball that's hit to short. 1 away. If the Mets can hold on, Matt Harvey goes to 6-1 with an ERA just around 2. 8 shutout innings tonight. Here's Matt Adams. .96 on the gun.
I was seeing Plawecki. I'll guarantee you Terry Collins reminded him, if you make a mistake away, it's a base hit. If you make a mistake inside, he loses it. 2 fastballs away. So one thing you learn as a catcher from very, very early minors in a 1-run ball game, don't challenge guys inside, particularly the big guys in the order, and Adams is all of that.
The 0-2. Adams with a base hit into right center field. Lagares over, cuts it off. The Gold Glover fires it back into the infield. Adams slips and back in safely.
Where was the pitch? After 2 fastballs away, tailing fastballs away, a slider that hung in the middle of the plate, but designed to be inside to Adams.
The pinch run for Adams. And Pete Cosmo will be the pinch runner.
Right down the middle of the plate, hanging slider. Great play by Lagares on his way to probably another Gold Glove again. He's good.
He sure is.
Yeah.
So Adams a 2-hit night. Here's Yadier Molina. He also has 2 hits. And it's lifted in the air to right field. Drops in for a hit. Cosmo on his way to third as they started the runner.
Ideal pitch on which to hit and run.
Yeah.
A slider away. Molina very adept at going away. Ball probably out of the strike zone. Borderline. Cosmo easily to third base.
Tim, that's 3 or 4 feet away from a double play and ending this game.
Yep. But that's the advantage you have when you animate things.
And now it's Hayward. So a 3-hit night for Yadier Molina. Hayward is lined out to left, lined into a double play. Short, grounded into a 4-6-3 double play back in the 7th.
I think with Dan Warthen, he's going to talk to his pitcher, the young Familia, but he's also got to be talking to the middle infielders. Where are you going to play Jason Hayward? You're going to play him in double play depth? You're going to bring the infield in? I doubt it. Because if they score a run, it's going to be a run to tie, not win. So your whole defense changes. I think they play him in double play depth. And then it's up to the middle infielder to come home with the ball if the ball's not hit sharply.
So they'll hold it first. Third baseman is in. Middle infielder's about halfway.
About. Second baseman Daniel Murphy a little closer than the shortstop.
First pitch to Hayward. Ball 1.
Might be the biggest at bat that I can remember Hayward having for the Cardinals.
I agree.
Nothing bigger.
Big gap in right center. The 1-0. He's 1 for 4 against this right-hander. Two and 1.
I thought Familia might go back in there. Once you look that bad swinging at that slider, you can expect it again.
To Hayward. He got it again. This one caught the corner, now 2-2.
That was a fastball instead of a slider, but in nonetheless. So 3 of the 4 pitches. No, it was a slider. You're right, Dan. He threw it so hard, I thought it was a fastball, but you're right. Did have a little dip to it.
Will they go back in again on Hayward?
I would think so.
The 2-2.
That pitch was designed to go in. You could see Plawecki cheating a little bit inside part of the plate.
He got away with that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That was a backup slider that we talked about earlier in the telecast, going a long, long way.
The 2-2.
It's pretty clear how he wants to get him out.
Pound him in.
Yep, with the slider.
Three-two pitch. Hayward. Shallow right.
Gotta try it.
Granderson the pitch. Throw to the plate. And save. This game is tied 1-1. The speed of Pete Kozma. RBI for Jason Hayward. And a 1-1 game here in the top of the ninth.
And great base running by Molina. Daring them to cut the ball off. If they cut it off, Molina's dead at second base.
It's a great pickup. You're right.
But he knows they're not going to cut the ball off. He's been on the receiving end of that too many times. And now he's on second, not first. Like a golfer. Like Rory McIlroy, for crying out loud. He hit that ball off the ground, didn't he?
Just a little wedge and right?
A little wedge. But enough to score Kozma and Molina alertly at second base.
You say it all the time. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest guy to be a good base runner.
That's really true.
And Molina just proved that moments ago. Puts himself in scoring position, and now Randal Grichuk 0 for 3 tonight. Couple of strikeouts and lined out to right. Cardinals have tied it. It's 1-1. The Cardinals get to Familia, who had 9 saves in April. A Mets single season record. Molina hopping around second base as Grichuk is late with that swing. 0-2. 97 on the gun.
You know what's kind of a shame, one way or the other, Cardinals don't care about this. They're glad Harvey's out of the game. I mean, here's a guy who's dazzled them for 8 innings. Be my guest. Take him out. Thank you. It's the way the game has changed for the worst. If you think, and you know, people say, well, yeah, you played 50 years ago and all that stuff. I don't care. It makes no sense to take Matt Harvey out of this game.
Ask yourself the question, what was your best chance to win tonight?
Yeah, ask the Cardinals if they would like Matt Harvey to leave the game. Then you have your answer. They'd say, be my guest. Take him out.
Grichuk strikes out, but the Cardinals have tied it up. A sac fly RBI from Jason Hayward, and it's 1-1. averaging under 3 in the last 23. Kevin Segrist will come in and pitch the 9th inning for St. Louis. Chevy called to the pen, his 20th appearance. Look at the ERA, 1.02. We saw velocity really starting to get an uptick for Segrist over the weekend. He was hitting 94, 95, which we have not seen all year. But he's off to a very good start.
And he is that type pitcher that Mike Matheny is looking for that can get right-handers and left-handers out.
You may see him take over the Walden role in the 8th inning.
Boy, that is really more than any other player by far. Having Jordan Walden out of there, that's
hurts. Yep.
Felt in many, many ways. Not just one pitcher being removed from the bullpen.
The trickle-down effect.
Yeah, that's right. It's worse than that.
Juan Lagares is struck out and also grounded out. Can't say enough about the job of both starters tonight.
Oh,
Harvey
I was thinking
and
the
Lackey.
same thing. I was thinking the same thing. What we expected, really.
Yeah.
And
I think most people, you look at it on paper, you're saying, well, you got a 36-year-old John Lackey going against what everybody considers the
got
ace.
10 years as junior.
Yeah. And Harvey, so Lackey pitched right with him. There's that velocity at 94 from Segrist. You know, Tim, you saw him in the World Series in 2013. That year, his ERA was .45. And that's the way that Mike used him, is what you're talking about, righties and lefties. It didn't matter. Strikeout of Lagares, and that's how we start the bottom of the ninth.
Fastball inside. Right on the money to Lagares. He thought it was inside, but close enough to call. It's close enough to swing. Yeah, that year, 2 years ago, he did not give up a home run to a left-handed batter all year. And then David Ortiz got him in the series, I think in game 6, right?
Believe so.
I believe.
Ortiz got a lot of guys in that series.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's Curtis Granderson. He struck out twice, scored the lone run for the Mets. He doubled down the right field line in the 4th, was brought in by Duda. That's at 95.
That was a great pickup, Dan, talking about this weekend, because I have not seen Segrist throw this hard all year.
You hear so much about mechanics, and the Cardinals talked about Segrist being a little bit mechanically out of whack, especially in spring training as Cosma takes over at first base. And just about a week and a half ago, Mike Matheny said he's a tick off, just a little bit. And now we're seeing him throw hard. Granderson to second base, and a one-out double.
We talked about Familia throwing to Adams. The slider was inside, over the middle of the plate, actually. Well, this ball from Segrist, equally as hard as the other two to get him in a 1-2 count inside. That's why in tie games, one-run games, late innings, keep the ball away.
So winning run in scoring position, good speed, and Granderson. Here's Eric Campbell. When you think of the outfield arms of the Cardinals, Holiday, Soso, Grichuk plus, Hayward plus. And a strike. Campbell with a single to left in the 7th. 2 groundouts. But that job by Molina to get that up ever so slightly.
He helped. That's why whenever a catcher crosses from the inside part of the plate to the outside, you rarely get that pitch. Usually the pitcher's got to hit the mid. Molina's so smooth back there. Kind of stole a strike then.
Soft, quiet hands.
Yeah. I think Yadi's probably thinking now, I'd like to throw him a curveball or a slider, but you want to get beat, you're going to have to get beat with your best pitch. That's his fastball. Change, however.
But to your point, Molina liked it. It was out of the zone, trying to get him to chase with that.
Yeah.
The 2-2. Crowd of just over 23,000 here tonight. Second strikeout for Seagrass, 2 down. Lucas Duda has faced Seagrass one time, 0 for 1.
Thing about Duda is he has good power to left center field. You got to figure that Molina and Seagrass are going to work him away. Yachty may want to talk to him about that right now.
Gotta think that this will match up that favors the Cardinals. I mean, Lucas Duda in his career has hit barely above 200 against left-handed pitching.
Yeah. I think even though Michael Kadire is not quite as powerful as Duda, he's probably a better matchup here. So I don't think they're going to try to pitch around him. I mean, they might end up walking him, but it won't be in a situation where they're trying to pitch around him. I think of the two, you challenge Duda and not Kadire. That was a pitch that looked like an intentional, unintentional ball outside. I mean, Molina was sitting 6 inches off the plate.
To give you an idea, you had 57 extra base hits last year. 4 came against lefties.
Slider misses.
And I understand he had 30 home runs. He's got power. He could beat you, but
it's a single that beats you here, not a homer.
You would just think the lefty-lefty matchup would favor the Cardinals in this spot.
Yes.
But Seagrass has fallen behind 3-0. Shift on. It's the intentional look like that.
Absolutely.
The former batting champ will dig in, and Michael Kadire. And again, I understand the numbers this year. Duda's hit very well against lefties, and things change from season to season. But flirting with dangers here with Kadire. Oh, 1 pitch.
Yeah, I mean, what you're dealing with, and it's, the odds are better. Lefty. They're better. Doesn't mean you're not going to get Kadire out. You have a left-hander on deck, by the way, and Daniel Murphy, 2 out. So in a way, there's a place to put Kadire because it's a tie ball game in the bottom of the 9th inning.
The 1-1. Now 1-2. Two and 2. Granderson, the runner, good speed at second base, and a 2-2 pitch to Michael Kadire. Hit out of play.
4 fastballs, then a changeup. From a catcher standpoint, you've shown him that pitch. Now it would be okay to go back to the fastball.
Got him with the fastball at 96 from Kevin Segrist. Extra innings coming up. It's 1-1. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Boy, what an entertaining game this has been. 1-1 as we head to the 10th. Our Chevy called to the pen. Hansel Robles, his 8th appearance. This is where the Cardinals may have the edge because of the injuries.
Question. No, I agree totally.
You say that, but then you look at all the numbers with the Cardinals and how much the bullpen has been used, and you say, well, that's a factor too.
Yeah, but I mean, some of that I agree with, but I mean, we're still in May.
Right.
We're 7 weeks into the season. These guys are paid to pitch. And while, in August, July, I can see where guys, you know, are worn down a little bit. You give a guy an extra day and all that sort of stuff. It's May, for crying out loud. Season's 7 weeks old. These guys are paid to pitch. Pitch them.
I'm going to get you going tonight. I'm telling you.
You already have.
I think I have, though. Here's Mark Reynolds. So the only position player left for the Cardinals, Tony Cruz. Your emergency catcher is Pete Kozma, who's at first base now. Ooh. 2 balls, no strikes. So Reynolds, Colton Wong, Matt Carpenter for the Cardinals. Reynolds pops it back in foul. We were talking during the break, Tim, about, you know, this is kind of the blueprint now of Major League Baseball.
It really is.
Good pitching.
Yep.
Young power pitching. Lack of offense. There were 7 Major League teams that were shut out yesterday, which tied the second highest shutout total on any day in Major League history. I mean,
it's not an exceptional day either.
No.
This happens every day for the most part. This is the type game that is being played throughout the major leagues, in both leagues, even in the American League, where the hitting, obviously, because the DH is more dominant.
Which I think then furthers the point of what you're trying to say earlier with the hit and run situations. You've got to find ways to generate offense.
I think you take more chances on the bases in times like this than you would normally when you guys can wait back and hit the 3-run home run or the 2-run home run or the solo, anything. It's just not happening.
Reynolds grounds to Daniel Murphy, and here's Colton Wong, who had a big home run late last night.
You know, the home run derby is held every year before the All-Star game, and maybe they should change that to the strikeout derby.
Strikeout derby.
Strikeout derby, forget the home run derby, because you can't find enough guys to hit them. Who's going to show up in Cincinnati this year?
I used to love watching the real home run derby.
Oh, yeah, in Pittsburgh.
It was the best.
Marvelous.
The
probably the lamest show in the history of television.
Absolutely.
But it was fun and memorable. And as kids, that's all we had, right?
Well, yeah, the umpire would be out 2 away. That was him. And then Mickey, you had a tremendous clout on home run number 2. Why, yes, I did. Thank you. It was as stuffy as a home run derby could be.
It was awful. Awful, but wonderful.
You bet. Wong, a swing and a miss, and strikes out. Second time that Colton has struck out. Cardinals collectively tonight, through 9 2/3, they have struck out 11 times.
You would have to look at Major League rosters, the pitching on Major League rosters over the last 100 years, and you will never find the disparity between starters and the bullpen like the Mets have. These starters are lights out, and the bullpen, for the most part, is a collection of guys, some of whom would, in fairness, be in AAA.
Yes.
And not up now, but kind of guys that are wild and crazy guys.
Yeah, here they are. Steve Martin.
Yeah.
2 wild and crazy guys. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Carpenter. There's that high strike again that Matt didn't like in his first at bat. Oh, 0-2 the count. Sends us to the bottom of the 10th.
I think Matt is telling Bill Miller that you made me swing at that pitch.
You bet. 16th appearance. Used an awful lot. Key spots and another one here tonight. 10th inning. The tie ball game 1-1. 14 hits combined total in this game. Matt Harvey sensational. John Lackey sensational. Now up to the bullpens. How do we get here? If you just joined us, 4th inning with the shift on. Lucas Duda, base hit to drive in Granderson with a lone run for the Mets. In the 9th inning, Jason Hayward off his shoe tops. A fly ball into right. Pete Kozma with his good speed tagging up and scores the tying run in the 9th. So that's where we stand. It's 1-1. Daniel Murphy leads the Mets in RBIs with 20. First 18 games out of the chute, dealing with an injury. Didn't have much of a spring training. Hit just 145. His last 20 games, he's been around 340.
Well, Daniel Murphy hits better when he's using left field. That's not unlike a lot of hitters. But he's very adept at lining the ball down the left field line, particularly with 2 strikes behind in the count, but arguing about that high slider to him like Carpenter was.
Yeah. And you were correct. Carpenter was upset with the high strike, forcing him to swing at that 3rd strike, which rarely you see him go out of the zone.
Right. That's that approach Murphy has. When he's swinging well, he intentionally tries to go the other way.
Interesting to see what the Cardinals have done here defensively. Matt Carpenter is shifted from 3rd base to 1st base, and Kozma over to 3rd base after last inning being at 1st. And it's a foul ball. Where was Adrian Johnson when Johan Santana was on the mound and Carlos Beltran actually hit a ball fair that was called foul, and it turned into the only no-hitter in Mets history against St. Louis.
That ball missed about 6 inches. But again, Murphy trying to go the other way.
One ball, 2 strikes. And that's a base hit. Into right. Is he looking to? No, not with the arm of Hayward. So leadoff base hit. The winning run is on.
Looks like a flat slider fastball up and in. Hayward, as he often does, gets to it quickly and holds him to a single. And now one would think Flores would be bunting. 2 sacks on the year.
And then it's something that Wilmer Flores, by the way, leads the Mets in home runs with 6. You wonder if that conversation is about the bunt, and you have a 3rd baseman playing first.
That's all the more reason Flores should bunt the ball down to first base line.
And that's my point.
Because Carpenter is not a guy who's going to get a good jump on a bunt toward him. Not used to it. How many times have we seen, you know, you'd think that bunting would be even more of an art since baseball is not scoring runs. But it seems to me that it's less of an art. As a matter of fact, you can't even include the word art in the same sentence because it's ridiculous how many guys get in the hole 0-1, 0-2, and then eventually make an out starting off the at-bat with a bunt try.
You crack me up, by the way. I just got to say.
Well, think about it. I'm not trying to crack you up. I'm trying to make a point.
I can't help it. You crack me up. Swinging away and out to center. There's Gorichik. There's one away.
So Terry Collins, I'm sure he's thinking, well, can't bunt him over, so might as well let him swing.
Yeah.
And I'll guarantee you that managers make a lot of those decisions reluctantly. They don't really know what to do. It might be right to bunt, but they can't bunt.
And he's got to be bunting in that spot.
I think so, but he can't. He showed that after the first pitch. Collins said, okay, swing. I mean, managers are throttled now as to what to do when they give signs like that.
And here's Plawecki, so he'll have a chance with a runner at first. I try to come up with my top 5 things to get Tim going. Let's see, we got bunting, pitch counts. Let me think of some other things. That's going to be our open tomorrow. I'm going to get you on fire before the first pitch.
It's too long a list.
We make it fun. We have a lot of fun.
Well, we try to.
You bet.
It's easy to do with you, I'll tell you.
Vice versa. And time is granted. We actually saw the series against Pittsburgh where time was not granted. I mean, how many times has that happened now?
Somebody struck out on that.
It was Young Ho Jung.
Yes, right. It was a 3-2 pitch, I believe.
3-2 pitch. That's right.
In Pittsburgh.
That's right. Right down the middle, too. Slowly hit. Can they turn 2? Almost thrown away. And what a play by Colt Wong to stay on the bag.
Well, I'll say, wow.
So you get hurt, too.
Not only stay on the bag, but stay on the bag with the ball. Now, I think Johnny Peralta, he wanted to make sure, and when a shortstop just wants to make sure, there's more of a chance of a wild throw because they're not used to making sure.
What you're saying, it's the quick release, trying to turn
and
2.
he's in that area where you don't want to throw it too hard. You can't underhand it because you're not going to get the guy, but just hard enough.
Yeah.
And shortstops are simply not built to make throws like that.
Here's Kirk Nieuwenhuis. So Nieuwenhuis will be the pinch hitter. We've seen him up and down from the minor leagues the last couple of seasons for the Mets. 3 different stints with New York last year. Could play all 3 outfield spots. One of the oddities of his season a year ago, 18 extra base hits, 11 singles. So of his 29 hits, 18 extra base hits.
Now the Cardinals trying to prevent one right here.
The short lead at first. Now that's a good breaking ball for Belial.
That's a choke to slider. What happens on that pitch, a pitcher will grip it a little tighter, and a lot of people say, well, he took a little off. He didn't intend to, he just did. It's all finger grips.
The 1-2 hit out of play. May remember Nieuwenhuis last year, late April. He threw out the potential go-ahead run against the Cardinals, then drew a bases-loaded walk to win the game. He could be a hero here tonight. Belial much sharper this evening than he was over the weekend. Foul ball. It is amazing, isn't it, Tim, though? And it's cliche, but so true, how things fall into place when your starters give you consistently 6 or 7 innings.
Oh, yeah.
If not 8.
One of those games where you look back on the beginning of the game and say to yourself, I knew it'd be like this.
Yeah.
You know, kind of pat yourself on the back saying there won't be much scoring tonight, and there hasn't been.
Pitching outstanding. Lackey for 7, Choate a third, Harris 2/3, Segras a scoreless 9th, and now Belial here in the 10th. Pulled foul again. Matt Harvey lifted at 105 in the pitch count. And it's become commonplace when guys get to around 100 pitches, they're taken out of games, especially those coming off of injury, and especially those that are franchise type pitchers like a Matt Harvey. Waved at it. Neuenhuis strikes out. Sends us to the 11th. Mets 1, Cardinals 1. Holiday, Peralta, Cosma due up. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. New York City, as Eric Goodell takes over, right-hander. The Chevy call to the pen for the New York Mets. And the Cardinals here in the 11th will have Holiday, Peralta, and Pete Kozma. Holiday on a hop hit to Flores. 1 pitch, 1 out. The 5 boroughs, you've got Manhattan, the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island. Really, as we drove here to Citi Field, we saw a beautiful ballpark village that they have across the street here at Citi Field.
Dan Farrell is angry right now at you. Dan is the great guy, head of marketing for the Cardinals, who heads Ballpark Village. And believe me, across the street from here, it is anything but Ballpark Village. It's a lot of things, but it's not as nice as the Ballpark Village.
It's a unique ballpark village they have here.
It's unique. It's unique, all right.
You know, you come to the game, you can get new hubcaps. They'll work on your engine.
Yeah.
Change the oil.
Yeah.
Hey, a little different than the one we have in St. Louis.
What a neighborhood.
You betcha. 3-0 on Johnny Peralta. You worked here for a number of years.
A lot of years. I drove past that
ballpark village.
Junkyard. Every day for 16 years. Not every day, but
darn near.
Good at bat by Johnny Peralta on the fastball, taking it high. Johnny's had some good at bats tonight.
Why are you changing the subject here?
Because I want to get off of the junkyard stuff. I'm not a junkyard dog tonight.
When I walk to Peralta, it is Pete Kozma. Pete, 16 games he's appeared in, batting .133. He's played first base tonight. He shifted to third. Adams started the 9th with a base hit, and then Pete came in to pinch run for Matt Adams and scored the tying run. You worked with the legend Ralph Kiner.
Oh, yeah. Ralphie boy.
I know you miss him.
Yep. Great guy. Went to Ralph's services about a year ago, a little more than a year ago. Matter of fact, next door is the Ralph Kiner booth.
That's right.
The memorial booth. Number 4. Had his number retired by the Pirates. And had his heart retired by the Mets.
Well put. Another one of those situations. Do you think about?
I don't think so. Not with Peralta.
Yeah.
I don't think Kozma makes enough contact.
I think
so
that's
you
the
add,
key. Yeah.
you know.
And right now, he can't find the strike zone.
And now, yeah. So you make him find the strike zone. You might take a pitch right here. 6 straight balls thrown from Goodell. Don't take him off the hook. If you take a pitch, it might be a ball. You know, what's the upside of swinging? He's pressing to find the strike zone. Make him press. Listen, you know, there are a lot of ways to play the game. There are a lot of thoughts about it. There are a lot of ideas. See, that ball could have been a ball.
Yep.
So now, all of a sudden, he's taken off the hook. Pete's even looking at Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, asking him, and Bill said, yes, it was a strike. But most umpires do that anyway when you swing and foul a ball off.
They do.
They do, yeah.
You're right. Oh, yeah, that's a strike. Absolutely. 2-1. Ouch. 2-2. You talked to many hitters today, too, about that situation. It's kind of like when they face a closer or a specialty pitcher. They say, I may only get 1 pitch to hit. I'm thinking 6 straight balls He's coming fastball, and it's going to be a pitch to hit.
So if they're thinking they may get one pitch to hit, make that pitch be good.
Yeah.
And make it be right in your zone. That's fine. But don't swing at a borderline pitch. It's tough for Pete. He doesn't play every day.
Off the end of the bat, little squibber to the right side. Murphy underhands and gets Cosma. So a runner at second base, a 3-hit night for Yadier Molina. That runner is Johnny Peralta.
I know this sounds strange, but I would be inclined to walk Molina and pitch to Hayward, even though from a percentage standpoint, I think they're going to do that. I think this is a good move.
And then I think you bring in the lefty to face Hayward. You've got three
you could
lefties.
do that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that. Absolutely. Even if you left the right-hander in, and no disrespect to Jason, but I just think Molina's a guy who's going to make contact and can hit the ball the other way, too.
Agreed. And sure enough, there's Torres, a left-hander, getting loose in the pen. You see the cap that he wears, by the way. It's Alex Torres. He was struck in the head a few years ago, and one of the only major leaguers that does wear the protective lining on the outside of the cap. So an intentional walk. And here comes Terry Collins, and indeed he'll go to the lefties. Alex Torres, 18th appearance. He'll get Hayward with runners at first and second. There's the protective cap that he wears. And he saw what a line drive to the head could do to a teammate and close friend, Alex Cobb, in 2013, and that's why he wears that.
That's right. Interesting thing about that graphic, 378 against left-handers this year. Oh, that ball was definitely high. That's a big pitch, too. Could change in at bat.
Strike one. Biggest pitch.
We asked Keith Hernandez before the game to tell us about Alex Torres. He said he can't find the strike zone. First pitch, sure enough, was high, but he got a break.
Oh, 1 to Hayward. Inside. I'm not saying that this cap or protective gear will be the norm, but you wonder what baseball will be like in 30, 40 years. Will guys have the lining on the inner portion of the cap?
It'll probably lead to something like that.
Yeah,
I would think.
One and 2 the count. Hayward with a sac fly in the 9th to score Pete Cosman to tie the game up at 1-1. Chance to put the Cardinals on top here in the 11th inning. Two and two.
You could see Plawecki setting up inside. That ball straight as a string, but missed.
Second inning of work for Matt Belisle. So Lackey, Choate, Harris, Segrist, and now Belisle for his second inning. Juan Lagares, then the top of the lineup, Granderson and Campbell for the Mets. 1-1 in the 11th. And again, a good breaking pitch from Matt Belisle.
Cardinals carrying 9 relievers on their squad. Started out the season with 7. So the 2 more come in handy in games like this, obviously.
Cardinals have added Sam Tuivailala to the pen. Sokolovich is out there. Manus, Rosenthal. We've seen Harrison, now Belisle. Villanueva also from the right side. The two lefties have been used, Choate and Segrist. Available on the bench for Terry Collins, Ruben Tejada, Anthony Recker, and John Mayberry Jr. 0-2 pitch. It's been a strike at times tonight. That is a strike. Earned run average, National League team leaders. The Cardinals 2.87, and the Mets right behind them. Some guy below us in the seats. What are you waiting for? Swing the bat, Lagares.
We have to remind that gentleman that in Spanish, the A is an A, not an A sound.
What are you thinking, Lagares? Well, you hear some things up here in this booth, don't you? I mean, we're not that far from the fans.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Here's an 0-2 to Granderson. Well, 27 pitches now for Matt Belisle.
His spot up is due second in the 12th if we get that far.
And a fly ball lifted to left. Holiday over near the line. And there's 2 outs. So Matt Belisle's come in, allowed a base hit to Daniel Murphy, and then since then has retired 5 straight.
And you don't know what would happen had Flores gotten the bunt down. You know, that changes things. You may have a walked batter, but at least that gives you a runner in scoring position. The Mets had a chance for that, couldn't capitalize.
And now Eric Campbell. Campbell is grounded out twice, singled to left and struck out. Could be the last man standing out there, the way that this offense is going on both sides. Go through Belisle, then the next guy, and so on and so forth.
Where you get the idea that perhaps the game will be won on an error. I mean, games like this with little offense, a mistake on the defense.
A 2-1 pitch. Of concern for sure for the Cardinals. Now, it helps last night where Lynn goes deeper into a game. You got a deep start here from Lackey, but of concern, just the amount of innings piling up for Mike Matheny's bullpen. Since Wainwright's gone out, the bullpen has thrown the most innings of any bullpen in the league. Well, that pitch is nasty tonight. Belisle comes in and strikes out 3. and was able to get a strikeout of Jason Hayward. He'll stay in the game as we play here and start action in the 12th. Randal Grichuk. And then the Cardinals will go to Tony Cruz, their last position player. He's on deck. And then Colton Wong. And Grichuk, a healthy cut on that first pitch, and fouled it back, and we're underway here at the top of the 12th. So as we talked about, Tim, you carry all these relievers that the Cardinals have now, but you're left with a short bench. And in these types of games, you can see it come into play. Tony Cruz goes on deck, so we'll see him pinch hit, and that'll be the final position player available for the Cardinals.
That's the thing that gets lost in no offense, is that the longer you go, the more hitters you pinch hit with, of course.
Right.
And eventually run out of hitters sooner.
So then your backup catcher is Pete Kozma.
Right. But then you'd have to put a pitcher into a position. If you're going to use Kozma, somebody's got to play third. Can't go with 8 guys.
Mike Matheny was telling us about a week ago his primary pinch hitter, if he had to go with a pitcher, would be Carlos Martinez.
Because he could play a position being a shortstop originally.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense. You think that you're never going to have to think about that as an announcer, as a fan, as a player.
But it happens.
But now all of a sudden you got to prepare for everything.
Well, the crazy thing too is that Kozma has been, working in terms of catching some bullpens. And just trying to stay sharp.
Yeah, right.
A 3-2 to Grichuk. That may be the break the Cardinals need. A strikeout, and Grichuk advances to first base.
Now, it wasn't an error, but from a Cardinals standpoint, it was just as good as an error. A strikeout and a wild pitch thrown by Alex Torres. We talked about Hernandez saying he can't find the strike zone. But obviously he's tough because Grichuk went for that curveball, but it was in the dirt. And the third strike came in pretty handily for the Cardinals then.
Tough night for Randal Grichuk. 4 strikeouts, 0 for 5.
All of it erased if he scores the winning run.
You bet. Good speed at first. Let's see what the Cardinals want to do here. Here's Tony Cruz. I was thinking if Grichuk would reach, the Cardinals could pull back Cruz, use a pitcher to bunt in this spot.
That's absolutely an idea. I don't think Mike Matheny's worried about using his last guy on his bench, though. Because if you get 2 strikes on a pitcher, then the chance of a strikeout, with the left-hander out there, tougher for Grichuk to run.
Oh, 2. Cardinals have struck out 14 times in this ball game. Torres wants to go inside on Cruz, and the 0-2 pitch hits his spot, and a strikeout of Tony Cruz.
And Tony thought it was inside, but that pitch has been called all night.
So Cruz was the pinch hitter for Matt Belisle, gave the Cardinals 2 strong innings in relief, and now it's back to Colton Wong. And he could pop one quickly in this game. You saw that last night. Wong is flied to right, lined out to right, struck out, singled, and then struck out again in the 10th.
And right now, Alex Torres perhaps is dreaming that for the first time in my life, I may strike out 4 in an inning.
Wouldn't that be something? It may happen.
Well, yeah.
Cardinals had a situation like that earlier this year, and it hasn't been done in years.
No, I know. Or it hasn't been done that many times in baseball history.
Right. 0-2 on Colton Wong. And that ball gets away. Grichuk advancing to second. He could think third, and he'll stop at second base.
Had that ball stayed and hugged the wall, I think Randall may have thought about going to third base, but it caromed right back to Plawecki. I think it hit the top of the plate. The fastball, Plawecki had no chance on that ball. Not a chance. Fastball in the dirt.
Second, the second wild pitch here in the inning.
Yeah.
Ball with Grichuk. Now this one on Wong. Go ahead run. Good speed with Grichuk at second base. 1-2. Two pitch.
The way this is transpiring, I think if you're Grichuk on at second base, you're telling yourself a ball in the dirt, I'm going to take a chance.
Sure.
Torres has shown he's tough to corral by Plawecki. Tough chance. 2 of them this inning.
Still alive. Two pitch again to Colton Wong. Well, that's 3 in the inning.
3 in the inning, 4 straight for Torres. Bill Miller has called them high, he's called them low, but he's still calling them strikes.
16 strikeouts for the Cardinals.
Mercy.
So here's Carpenter, who struck out 3 times. We're wondering about the last time with a 4 strikeout inning. I wonder about the last time Matt Carpenter struck out 3 times in a game, much less 4. Twice he has fly to center. Go ahead run in scoring position. That's Randall Grichuk. 1-0 pitch to Carpenter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last time there was a 4 strikeout inning just 2 days ago.
Huh.
at the Dodgers and Rockies, and it happened the day before too with the same two teams.
Get out of here.
How about that? There's a strike. The Mets fans on their feet. 1-2 on Carpenter. Broken bat popped up, and the catch is made. Another chance for the Mets to win it. This 1-1 game when we come back. We'll get the bottom of the 12th, and our Chevy called to the pen. So Lackey, Choate, Harris, Segras, Belisle for 2 innings, and now Seth Maness.
You think about this, Dan. Of all the pitcher-batter matchups tonight, this to me, because Lucas Duda is such a good low ball hitter, is the toughest pitching matchup for any pitcher we've seen tonight.
Great point.
And for any hitter.
Yep. Strike one. By the way, Duda 1 for 1 with a homer off of Seth Maness. Maness 1 pitch last night. And a ground ball hit to the right side. Taken there by Colt Wong against the shift to Carpenter. The key first out for Seth.
He went lower than low to a low ball hitter.
Sure did.
Yeah. Good changeup from Maness.
So Maness did not pitch in the ballgame on Saturday. The Friday night game, 35 pitches, 5 the day before that. Here's Michael Kadire, hitless tonight. Kadire was with a ground ball back of the 4th. The double play that ended that inning. He struck out twice and also grounded out to 3rd. Seth is one of the fastest workers in the sport today.
And a guy that rarely gets beaten by a walk. He's a guy that comes in and puts the ball in play.
Just like that. There's a base hit. Winning run is off.
Yeah, but you start walking guys, and the holes in the infield get a lot bigger. Chances of runs, you make them hit to get on.
You saw that Saturday, Matt Belisle leadoff walk that turned into the winning run.
Yeah, yeah.
So here's Daniel Murphy, who is lined out, grounded out, struck out, and singled. That was back in the 10th.
Another low ball hitter.
Maine is known for the double play, and that's what he needs right here.
Yeah, more than any other Cardinal pitcher, he has to stay down in the strike zone.
Cardinals face David Price Saturday. Night game last night. And they get into their hotel around 4:30 this morning. You face Matt Harvey when you come to the ballpark, and now you're in the 12th. Tough 48 plus hours.
It's a grueling game, and never more poignantly pointed out than Jim Brosnan did in 1961 when he wrote a book called The Long Season. And boy, is it ever long at times.
Two and two. I think that's the beauty of the sport.
Yeah, it is. It's the beauty and the cruelty of the sport in one breath.
The grind that these guys go through physically, mentally, it's incredible. The 2-2 and a strikeout of Murphy. So first strikeout for Seth Maness, and with that there's 2 outs, and Wilmer Flores will be the hitter.
That's a changeup. So a low ball hitter in Lucas Duda, he went lower than low with the fastball, and now lower than low to Daniel Murphy with the changeup to get him.
So 14 strikeouts for the Mets, 16 for the Cardinals. In a game that's been dominated with pitching. 2 outs, runner at first, and strike 1. Cardinals will have Holiday, Peralta, and Cosma if we get to lucky number 13. Oh, and 2.
Pinpoint.
You bet.
Good play, Molina. That's one of those tough in-between hops. It's not a short hop. They are much, much more difficult to handle than the short hops.
Tim, it's been a long night, obviously, for him.
Oh.
Inning number 12, and that keeps
catching the whole game last night.
Keeps a potential winning run at first base instead of scoring position. I mean, just the little things that add up that he brings to the table. My goodness. One and 2 the count. You're managing in this game. You're thinking, what happens if I get to 15 or 16 innings? Where am I with my bullpen? You probably could get 2 innings out of Seth Maness. Sokolovic could give you 2.
You're looking to Carlos Villanueva, I think.
Bet. Villanueva pitched Saturday, gave you 3 1/3. certainly could get an inning from him at least. And then you have what amounts to really two closers on your team. You've got Rosenthal, the closer here. Tui Malala was the closer in Memphis. So they're not guys that you think extended innings. And, and then there's Pete Kozma. He's your catcher, he's your pitcher, he's your whatever you need. Back to Manus. And it's off to inning number 13 in game 1 of this 4-game series here at Citi Field in New York. Holiday will lead it off. Fun night at the ballpark. Citi Field, Tim McCarver, Dan McLaughlin, Pat Paris with you. Let's take you back to the 4th inning. First run in this game, Lucas Duda off of John Lackey. That would score Curtis Granderson. The Cardinals would tie it up in the 9th. Jason Hayward went down to get that pitch in a fly ball that Pete Kozma would tag up on and beat the throw from Curtis Granderson. 1-1. That's all the scoring in this game tonight. Game dominated from the pitching aspect of things. Our Chevy called to the bullpen Carlos Torres. Cardinals have struck out 16 times in this game. The Mets 14 times. New shortstop in is Ruben Tejada, who was their starter a year ago. And Tejada goes into the 8th spot in the lineup. Torres into Flores' spot. And now you're caught up.
So the pitcher batting 6th.
Holiday has reached on an air. 3 times he's grounded out and doubled down the left field line in the 6th inning. 0-2 to count. One-two pitch. Spoiled by Holiday.
The result of Carlos Torres' pitches similar to the results of Seth Maness. And it reminds you a bit of him, not quite the definitive sinker that Seth has. Got away with one there.
Multiple innings too, Tim, and they've got now left in their pen Sean Gilmartin, a Rule 5 lefty that is stuck, and Jack Leathersich.
Dale Crandall, the catcher for the Milwaukee Braves, used to call swings like that second game of doubleheader swings.
Tired.
When you're tired, and if anybody's got an excuse for that, it's the Cardinals now with the grueling last 40 hours.
Ground ball that's hit to short. Ruben Tejada, low throw and out at first.
Good play by Duda, digging it out.
Well, Mike Matheny is looking back to see even if the coaches want to take a look to challenge, and clearly he seems to be out.
Yeah.
Good pick. And Peralta swing and a miss. And Johnny skies one into center field. 2 down. And here's Pete Kozma with 2 outs.
With 2 outs, normally you say it's going to take 3 hits because the defenses, you're closed at the corners. So for the most part, the Mets are trying to push hits toward the middle of the infield. But with Kozma, he does give you an extra card in your deck, and that's speed. He can turn a single into a double. Not many guys on either side can do that.
No. We saw Pete's speed a difference in this game as he tagged up on a short fly to right to tie the game up at 1-1. Matt Adams had started the top of the ninth with a single, and Kozma pinch ran for him. It's not a play. No balls, 2 strikes. A game that was started by Matt Harvey. He was sensational. So was John Lackey for the Cardinals. And now it's been up to the bullpens. One ball and 2 strikes. Check swing. Evens it up at 2-2. Did not go. Torres steps and throws in a 1-2-3 inning. 1-1 our score. Bottom of 13. Second inning of work for Seth Maness. In an effort to generate more offense, by the way, the Mets moved their fences in here at Citi Field. You can tell it's really made a difference.
I think they're going to have to move it into the infield for it to make a difference. And we're only kidding, but golly, there have been some weak outs made tonight. Keith Hernandez came in after the last inning. We can't say what he said, but he was talking about how badly the hitters have been tonight.
Yeah.
We might say, well, just tack all year onto that. 7 shutouts yesterday. That bears repeating.
7.
2 runs scored in this game. And you look up at the scoreboard and you said there have been 16 hits in this game. How did that happen?
13 innings. You think normally it's, 30 hits, 15 aside, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But 16 total hits. Ruben Tejada. Maness has come in, giving up 1 base hit. That was to Kadire. Nice play by Kozma. He was playing in at third, and a strong throw to Carpenter, and there's 2 down.
And right on the line. And the reason you do that is to protect against the extra base hit. Matt was right there. Easy out. Look how close the line, I beg your pardon, throws it to Matt. It was Pete Kozma who made the play. Nice play. And he's back on the line.
Maness only had 22 pitches. You'd certainly think about a third inning if need be.
Yeah, absolutely.
0-2. Pitch. Another ground ball. Tough play here. Kozma, bare hands. Oh, what a play. And Lagares is safe with his speed.
I think Matheny's going to challenge that.
That is a tremendous play by Pete Kozma. Wow.
Used to be plays like this were rare. Now they're routine. Boy, it was close. I don't know. He was safe.
Yep. Agreed.
No, safe from that angle by a long shot.
Yeah. So Curtis Granderson. Cardinals ask Maness to step off the mound. They'll set the defense. Outfield backs up a step or two. Very deep.
No doubles defense.
Just saw there, Lagares, very good speed. So
if he steals second base, then it's not a no doubles defense. Now you bring the outfielders in.
Granderson has struck out twice, a pair of doubles. He's also flied out to left.
No way to gauge this, Dan, but there's no telling how many base runners Molina thwarts because of his reputation.
Tons. But you're right.
Tons.
I know that's not a scientific sabermetric breakdown of it, but it's
okay.
tons.
That's okay.
Oh, yeah, that's number 3 on your hot button list. I got one. That's it out of play. 0-2 the count. The Cardinals have Molina, Hayward, and Grichuk due up in the 14th if we get there. Ground ball. There's Colton Wong. How about we play 14? Why not? 1-1 our score in game 1 of the 4-game series. The Mets and Cardinals on Fox Sports Midwest. We're in the 14th. You know, looking at this game, the Cardinals did not have many opportunities against Matt Harvey. He struck out 9. They lifted Harvey after 8. Familia, the closer, came in. He got the first man, Johnny Peralta. The Cardinals then had back-to-back hits. One by Adams, the other by Yadier Molina.
On a hit and run.
On a hit and run. And they have not had a base hit since.
The best chance they had of scoring against Harvey with 2 on and 2 out, second and third in the first inning. And Matt Adams just missed a fastball from Harvey. Just got under it a little bit. You certainly start thinking about those things at this point in time. You know,
you do.
Yeah.
2-1 the count. Second inning of work for Carlos Torres. Ooh. 2-2.
Yachty trying to do too much, understandably, with that swing.
Molina 3 hits and then the intentional walk back in the 11th. He is also struck out. And a fly ball lifted into right. Granderson, 1 away.
That same guy downstairs.
Oh, he's letting everybody have it, isn't he?
As far as he's concerned, nobody can play this game.
Here's Jason Hayward.
Boy, he is just not extending on that ball inside. That just does not look right. Swings like that are just not right. It's as though anything inside is tying him up, and anything outside is a ground ball to the second baseman. He's done that once tonight. trying to blast out of this funk. Not easy.
1-2. He's hit into 2 double plays tonight. Does have the lone RBI for the Cardinals. Top of 14, 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on. Hayward goes the other way. This ball is slicing, and it is a fair ball down into the corner. Hayward trotting into second base with a stand-up double. Just fair down the left field line.
After looking like Jason did on the 3 previous pitches, he gets a pitch that he can handle out away from him and hits it down the left field line, valiantly struggling throughout these at-bats, and somehow connects.
It has been a tough night for Randal Grichuk, but he could change all that in this at-bat here. 0 for 5, 4 strikeouts. First pitch, a strike.
We're trying to get the pitch sequence for you of Jason Hayward, and it's interesting when you think about it. Anything on the inside, I mean, you got to think that your chances are much, much better inside to Jason Hayward because of the way he swung at those previous pitches. But that slider out over the plate, he handled it and hit it well down the left field line.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. In the air. Will it stay in play? Granderson over, out of room. 1 ball, 2 strikes. By the way, Seth Maness is at the on-deck circle. He's thrown 2 innings already tonight. Cardinals out of position players.
Yeah, you wonder if Mike Matheny's putting Seth out there to perhaps bait Terry Collins into walking Grichuk intentionally. I don't know. Trying to think about it. The Cardinals do have activity in their bullpen, but of course you have nobody to pinch hit, right?
Right.
So you have to hit him.
So 5 strikeouts for Randal Grichuk tonight. Seth Maness. Well, a night like tonight, it would be fitting if he'd get an RBI base hit.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 outs, go ahead run at second base. Maness, a swing and a miss.
Good swing.
This is where you go back when Mike Matheny used Tony Cruz, did not use a pinch hitter to bunt a pitcher, and still could have had.
That's a fair point. Absolutely, and it was your point. It's certainly turned out to be fairer than it was when you said it. But I mean, really,
you just hate to be shorthanded in a spot like this. But again, you could see what he did too, using him in that spot as well.
Yeah, there's a man on at first at the time and nobody out.
Yeah,
getting the first guy on was, I'm sure, the reason Mike used him.
Bottom of 14 when we come back.
pitcher here in the bottom of the 14th inning. That's right, the bottom of the 14th inning. So Sam will try to keep order restored here at Citi Field in New York. First of 4, and it's been a beauty.
Chevy called to the pen. A nice conversation with Sam earlier today, and we were visiting with him, and he was telling us his dad is from Tonga, and that's where the name Tuivailala originates from. His dad moved then to California, met his mom.
San Mateo.
He was a position player for a couple of years in the minor leagues for the Cardinals and then moved to the mound. He'll get Eric Campbell. Sam, a hard thrower.
My geography literacy just went down. Where is Tonga?
Pacific Islands.
Oh, okay. Where?
No clue.
What's the azimuth?
You're asking way too many questions this late. Tim, we're in the 14th.
Is it near Fiji? Is
yes.
it near Hawaii? Near
I
Fiji?
believe it is
okay.
near Fiji. I think it's south of Fiji.
Okay.
We're getting closer.
Okay. South of Fiji.
Uh-huh.
I have heard of it, but I honestly, I did not know.
Those are south of the strike zone.
They are.
Sam said the big thing that he has learned so far is that you've got to be better and more efficient.
More consistent.
Yes.
Sure.
And in particular with his breaking pitch. Said you find out guys can hit at this level 97 to 100. And he found that out the hard way last time we saw him in an extra inning game against the Pirates. Pedro Alvarez took him deep, and then eventually the Cardinals again tied it up and won the game. That's a little bit low in a leadoff walk, and that's not the way he wanted to start. Lackey, Choate, Harris, Segras, Belisle, Manus, now Tuivailala. Fastball misses low and away at 98.
See Molina back there trying to get Sam to relax a little bit, take a step back, not a step forward.
There's the breaking ball, 2-0.
Usually when Mike Matheny comes out there, it's to make a move. Cardinals do have activity in the bullpen. It's either to make a move or to talk Sam into relaxing a little bit. And you're not going to get Rosenthal up if you're not going to use him. So I think that's buying Rosenthal time. And if Tuivailala cannot find the strike zone, Rosenthal will be in the game.
Sure. So it's twofold is what you're saying. You're trying to calm him down, get him right if you can, but also buy time.
You got it.
Lucas Duda. Two and one.
Dangerous pitch coming up, Dan. Almost has to throw the fastball.
Yep.
Duda's certainly looking for that.
The shift on for him. That's in the dirt. 3-1. Sam initially a shortstop, then moved to third base. and then to the mound, and he has made a rapid rise through the Cardinals minor league system as a pitcher. A 3-1 pitch. Now 3-2.
You've got the Mets trying to decide whether to send the runner or not, and Yadier Molina and Tuivailala trying to figure out what pitch to throw Duda.
Not running, and the pitch is taken for a ball. Back-to-back walks from Sam Tuivailala, and that will be it. So the Cardinals will go with Trevor Rosenthal. So B.R. Chevy called to the pen. Rosenthal coming on when we come back. Trevor Rosenthal takes over for Tuivailala, who just could not find the strike zone.
Nope. And this is a good move by Mike Matheny, and it's not a move that every manager would have made. Bringing his closer, one of the best closers in the game, into a tie game with runners on first and second.
Unconventional for sure.
It really is.
Yep. You don't see this very often.
I think Mike deserves credit because this is unusual, and I think a good move regardless of what happens. You're giving yourself the best chance to get out of the inning.
0-1 pitch to Kadire. Broken bat, slowly hit out there. They'll get one, and it's first and third. You know, you look at that play. Peralta could have gone to third potentially to get that lead man. Now you have a sac fly.
I don't know whether the ball was hit hard enough for him to have the confidence in going to third base, but it was a force play. And now they're going to walk Daniel Murphy. I think this is the right move. Ooh. That ball was almost a strike. There have been instances in Major League history where pitchers could not throw. They couldn't walk a guy.
Right.
It's much the same as John Lester's problem or Matt Garza's problem in throwing something that they'd never thrown before. Wait a minute, what? I'm that far outside?
A few years ago, Albert Pujols swung at a pitch while being intentionally walked.
Really?
He picked up a base hit.
Yeah, really.
If you're going to intentionally walk a guy, do it. Get it out there. But it's sometimes not as easy as it seems. Let's go back to the ball that was hit to Peralta. Could he have gotten out at third? Let's take a look.
Well, your point's well taken because the base runner from second to third had to stop.
Was trying to distract Peralta too.
Perhaps one or the other, but because of that, I think Johnny was so intent on going to second base. That's why he didn't want to take a chance.
So the infield drawn in. John Mayberry Jr. Left on the bench for the Mets is Recker. And Mayberry Jr. has a chance to win it. Ground ball, diving stop, throw to the plate, not in time, and the Mets win it in 14. 14 minutes, and the Cardinals come up short in 14 innings.
Off the top of my head, you know what? That hit may have kept Mayberry in the major leagues for another 2 weeks, minimum, maybe.
So our Budweiser player of the game, John Mayberry Jr., picks up the game-winning RBI. Post-game show, lots to get to with Jim and Hungo next.